Hello everybody, welcome in. Glad to see you for tonight's live stream in Stardew Valley. Oh, muscle memory there a little bit. We're going to start a completely new farm. Alright, so what is the goal today? We are going to try to dig into the game system that is farm animals. So we'll take a look at how to get them, how to set them up, but all the factors that lead to their production, and just kind of how the game system works. So we'll just call this the ranch. And let's see, for the name for tonight, let's go with, oh, I don't know, what's something rancher inspired. We'll come back to it. Let's see. Let's get ourselves what's a dog we haven't used in other streams? I don't think we've used that one. Alright, we're going to skip the intro. We'll just use the standard farm. I don't think we'll make any huge changes here. Let's try a hair we haven't really used. Something different. Hope everybody's having a good weekend. Let's see. Probably not something long. Don't think that looks like a rancher. It's not screaming rancher to me. Oh. Also not screaming rancher. We could remake Dr. Science. We use Dr. Science a lot. Oops. Yeah, let's go get Dr. Science haircut. Is towards the beginning, I think. Where is it? I wish these were named. I think it's that one. And we usually give him little glasses. There we go. And we'll give him some new clothes when we get in there. Alright. We'll make this another Dr. Science stream. Alright, that's good. Let's go ahead and get him. Hey Lux, how you doing? It's all good. I had to push the start anyway, so you didn't miss much. We just got started. There should be a white shirt. It's a long red tie. That's the one we were after. Alright, let's get a few things set up. I do have cheat menus on just to make life easier. So that we can do stuff. Turn that on. I think that's Dr. Science's look. If not, it's pretty close. Okay. Let's go ahead and get this guy some iridium tools. We need that. Probably not that. Oh, we already have one of those. Yeah, I don't think we'll need anything else. Interesting. This menu lets me delete stuff. Alright, that's cool. Okay, since we started a farm completely from scratch, we obviously have some work to do. We gave ourselves enough money that Demetrius wants to set up our cave already. Oh, let's see. What would the animals... You know what? The animals would probably prefer the mushrooms. Doesn't matter, but... Alright, let's see. We are going to need... probably some auto petters. Some auto grabbers. Maybe some heaters. We're going to need some grass starter. Bluegrass starter. I need some fencing. Probably need some gates. I think that'll get us started. Okay, let's go ahead and clear out the farm here. Let's turn that on. Make life a little quicker. Yeah, okay. Feel like it's going a little slow. Alright, so if you've never seen us use the tractor to clear a farm before, it's a bit of a rampage. I have the size down smaller than we normally do it, but if you crank the size up, you can do most of the farm in 2 passes, maybe 3 passes. We'll keep this under control here. You're also going to find out just how much XP is sitting on your farm. At least for mining and foraging. Alright, should be everything. Outside of maybe an artifact spot here or there. So yeah, if we look, you can see we got 5 levels of foraging, almost 2 levels of mining. Alright, last thing we're going to do is give ourselves community center and greenhouse. That way, if we want to move it out of the way, we can. Talk to Granny. All right. So I installed a new mod that I haven't used before. So let's just do this stuff right from here. We should make life a little bit easier. There we go. Get that stuff just out of the way. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about what all goes into farming. So obviously, raising animals on the farm. So obviously we have animals that we need to get. Now there's all kinds of different animals. So we are going to mostly concentrate on the production animals. But let's talk a little bit about animals before we get too far into this, right? So the very first animal that you'll probably encounter is your pet. The pet does have mechanics to it. It's got the friendship mechanic. It has a watering bowl. Every pet needs its own watering bowl. So once you get that friendship up, if you interact with it, different pets will bring you different items, right? You can't have more than one pet. There's cats and dogs and turtles, at least in the base game. So kind of keep that in mind. That's an animal that does exist. The other companion-y like animal would be your horse. So anyway, different lists of different things that the animals can bring you. The horse is the traveling pet. So, again, it gives you the ability to move around faster. That one exists as well. We'll talk a little bit about animal care. That's really what we're going to spend our time on. Friendship and mood affect that. We'll talk about that when we get to those. Animals in barns and coops are the ones we're going to concentrate on. They have production. Production is impacted by their mood and their friendship to you. So those are important mechanics we'll get into. So the animals we are going to look at are mostly built out of the coop and the barn. So you've got chickens in the coop, ducks in the coop, rabbits in the coop, dinosaurs, or lizards as I often call them, in the coop. You've got cows, goats, sheep, pigs, and ostriches that live in the barn. One of the main mechanics, and probably the one we're going to spend our most time on testing tonight, is feeding, right? Animals have to eat. There's two ways to feed animals. They can eat via hay. So let's go ahead and get ourselves some hay. Or they can eat via grazing in the grass. They don't graze on rainy days. They don't graze in the wintertime. So let's go ahead and get some infrastructure set up here. Now I've turned off all of the resource requirements for doing these builds, just to make our life easier. So they'll also insta-build for us. And let's go ahead and get a chest. Now I do have automate running, so we're going to set this up so that we can auto feed hay into there as needed. All right. So one of the things that's big in the animals is the ability for them to eat. So let's do a few little tests here. I think, yeah, let's just drop. Where do we want to build this at? Let's build it over here. So what we're going to do is change the speed just to make our life a little easier. I'm going to start with a 12 by 12 grid. Right? So we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That should give us 12 interior. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And then the fencing will go across there. All right. And then we'll do the same thing down here. We'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I probably don't need a gate on this one since I don't know that we're going to put animals in it. But well, that just got messy in a hurry, didn't it? Okay. Let's make sure we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Now, if we wanted to gate this, we can build our gate there. And I see I did not turn on the automatic gates mod. Okay. This is going to be our kind of our test configuration. One of the things we want to test is how grass repopulates and how grass is consumed. Blue, green are consumed at different levels, but the repopulation is pretty much the same. So what we're going to do is we're going to build a few different little test configurations here. This first one, let's do 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're just going to put a plot right there in the middle. All right, let's build a second one over here. I think we'll build 2 or 3. So we'll use the same fence there. 2, 3, 4, 6. 1, 2, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. All right, we're good there. This one might have to put our gate in a slightly different spot. So we'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Still going a little fast. Now, some rules on the grass. The grass will respawn and grow. It'll randomly spawn in some areas. Actually, let's do this. I think we'll close ourselves in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go. And let's take out these. Just make it a little easier to get in and out here. There we go. And we'll give ourselves an exit up here at the top. Actually, in the center one, we'll give ourselves an exit at the top and the bottom. Actually, we'll leave those open just so we can see. Interior wise here, we will put in the gates. Okay. So on this one, we're going to put a grass in the corner. Like that. On this one, we're going to try a grid. Two. We're going to put a pretty tight grid in. 1, 2, 2. All right. So this represents existing grass, and we got a couple of these off here. I don't think I can kill this. We may have to scythe that out, so it'll kill a couple of extras. So obviously we're making hay there, as you can see. There we go. All right. Let's build another one. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Come on, get to the right spot. And this one will do something similar here. But we're going to put them in not quite as tight of a grid. So let's go, we'll go 2 and 2. Let's go same thing there. 1, 2. And we'll see 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2. I don't know if that's going to make a very good one. All right, so let's do a configuration I use on the farm a lot, and that is rows. Go ahead and put a row in here. And then up here we'll do 3, just so we can see maybe some difference. There we go. So we've got 2 to nothing, 2 in between, 3, and then another 2. Okay. Now, right now we're not going to worry about it, but we don't have any animals. So without animals, we don't have to worry about them consuming the grass that we built. All right. So we have our test plots here. So what we're going to do is we're going to start taking a look at how time impacts things. So this is our first kind of test. So I think just to make our life a little easier, grab our house and we'll move it right down. Right down here. 1, 2, 1, 2. That'll work. All right. Let's go to bed. Deal with all of our leveling that we did. Okay, so overnight, what happened? Well, we can see our initial 4 spawned a spot. Nothing there, nothing there. Looks like 1 there, 1 there. See, we can see little bits of grass growing in. Okay, so let's talk about the mechanic at play here. So, every tile, every square has 4 different tufts of grass in it. So a single tile is made up of 4 individual little tufts. You can kind of see it on a couple of these, right? You know, that one looks a little funky, but essentially if we think about it, you know, there's probably some randomness to it, but if you divide this in half and in half, you've got 4 little quadrants. So let's get the actual information up here on how grass spawns out, so I don't misquote anything. But okay, so does this have it? Propagation. Here we go. I'm gonna read this because on the wiki it's a little bit weird. I'm not 100% sure in the wording, but each fully grown grass tile consists of 4 tufts of grass. We do establish that. Each day, every individual tile containing normal grass will grow 1 to 3 tufts determined randomly. Now, does that mean that the tile has to be full before it does that? Because the next part reads almost like that is a truism. So it says, additionally, every tile containing normal or blue grass has a 65% chance of growing. So I think if a tile has any grass in it, it can fill itself in, right? And there's a 65% chance of that happening. If the tile containing grass has less than 4 tufts and succeeds a growth check, it will grow 0 to 2 additional tufts of grass randomly determined. The 0 to 2 on this is a little bit weird. So there's a 65% chance of growth, but that growth could be 0. So, you know, that can get hard to track. Randomness is going to throw things out there, right? If a fully grown grass tile succeeds, so fully grown grass tile makes me think one with 4 in it, succeeds a growth check. So part 1 is like, let's look at our farm, right? The tiles that we had were fully grown. They had all 4 in it. Now we have these new tiles. These new tiles have partial. So we can see here, we've got 1 there, 1 there, 1 there. I'm thinking 2 there. That looks like a 2. This is either a 2 or a 1 and a 1. It's kind of hard to tell where it grew in. Okay, so this next part's kind of determined that. So none of our tiles were partially grown. We'll see what happens on that. And let's see if I can do it. Let's plop a couple examples up here. And I'm going to see if I can successfully get part of the grass out. I killed the whole thing. I don't think you can. I don't think you can just get a corner. Yeah, it takes out the whole thing. So anyway, all of our tiles are full. So there's a 65% chance they were going to grow. And if they passed that, then they're going to fill in space. So we should see some of these spaces fill in. If it's full, then there's, call it spillage, right? So what's going to happen here is this next part. Then it says, so if a tile containing grass has less than 4, growth check, it grows 0 to 2 tufts of grass. If a fully grown grass tile succeeds, a growth check. So it says, hey, you got that 65% hit, but there's no place to put grass. It will check all 4 adjacent tiles. So it doesn't do diagonal from what I'm guessing here. If they are tillable, there is a 25% chance for each tile for 1 to 2 tufts of grass to grow. So if it's full, we'll talk about spring in a second, but if it's full, which all these were, there was a chance for it to grow out, and that's a 1 to 2. So what I'm seeing here doesn't look to be 65%, right? If we think about this, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 or 9 here. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 12, 24, 36. So 36. We got about a 25% hit rate on there. This one, 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 16. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm gonna say 7, maybe 8. Let's give it the benefit of the doubt. We'll say 8. That's a 50% rate in that one. This one we got 4. I'm gonna say probably 1 there and 1 there. That looks to be about 50%. This one also had 4. Now this one's a little weird because since these were touching, this one's only going to check these 2. This one's only going to check these 2. So we cut down some of our growth potential. So you can see how the grid gives you maybe the highest percentage, right? So over here, what did we determine? What was it, 25%? But again, like this grass tile is going to try to, it'll check that one, check that one, check that one, and check that one. Well, these 2 already are full, so it's not going to do anything, right? So if they're tillable, there's a 25% chance. So 65%, and then if it does spill out, 25%, 25%, 25%. So 50% is actually pretty good on this version. Again, maybe 50%, 25 to 50% on that version. So there we go. That's our first iteration of the test. Let's go ahead and do a couple other mini experiments up here. We'll plop down one there and one here. But on this one, we're going to put in that, and so that shouldn't expand. On this one, we will go ahead and put in I like the other one better. See if I can find it. That one. Oh, let's just get rid of some hay. There we go. And let's do one more. We've already got this test running, but we will go ahead and, for completeness, okay, so we should not see expansion here. Now, the last thing we want to check here is on the farm, grass can just randomly spawn. I don't see any. All right, let's get ourselves another day. Now, we are going to sleep to progress the day. Oh, we got a rainy day. Okay, so we are seeing growth coming out of here. All 3 of the 4 corners have grown now. This one's really starting to grow in, and you're kind of seeing what's going there. Now what we're seeing is a couple of things. So remember, this one had 1 or 2 in it. Notice that this tile has now filled in and it expanded to that one. Same thing here. This tile filled in. That tile may have filled in. May have got an expansion there. So if we think about the way the system works, right? This one, which is partial right now, has a 65% chance to grow. If it grows, it's going to put in until it gets to 4. Once it gets to 4, if it hits a growth, then it expands. So, you know, from iteration to iteration, right now what we're seeing is tiles that got one last time are filling in, and tiles that maybe didn't get one are starting up. All right, let's go ahead and run this forward another day. Now, we are going to use the save here, because if we don't, we can't just move time. This won't trigger. Okay, we have our first, looks like, growth outside. Now, that's not an expansion. That is just growth that randomly happened. Let's see if we've got any more going on. I don't see any. We've got some degradation here, so we'll keep cleaning that up and we'll take that out. So we can see our mini experiments here aren't expanding, or they haven't expanded so far. We're getting a little bit of growth here. This one's populating out pretty good. This one's filling in pretty good. Now, there was a lot more. This one had 36. This one only had 16 to start, right? I'm going to go ahead and close the gates so that nothing spreads. And we'll leave that there for right now, just to see what happens. I was going to grab... What was I going to grab? Let's see if this will be faster. It may or may not be. Let's just put it down here. Oh, we got our pet. See, there's some random growth there as well. Absolutely. We'll call him Lab Dog. Alright, so we got some growth there. That's random. We'll fix this, but again, we're seeing these sections are not expanding. And we'll check the farm. Got a little bit of growth there. Now, so some of our expansion could be random, like this popped up, right? We're going to take that out. But yeah, we are seeing some good fill-in over here. This is filling in quite nicely. I don't know if this is quicker or not, but... Alright, again, no expansion up here. I don't see any new growth. Probably should move all this up one. We might redo this in the second round. Once we bring animals in, we'll see. Okay, so this one is probably going to pick up speed, right? As it grows out, it gets access to more and more tiles. This one has been really limited, right? There was only 2 tiles that it could have expanded to. Once those 2 fill up, then it's got 1, 2, 3. Once those fill up, and so on. This one is starting to look nice now. We've got relatively good fill there. And again, we started with so much more. You can see the bottom where it was tighter. This had a gap of 3 and a gap of 2. This had a gap of 2, a gap of 2. So immediately these 2 lines and this one could expand. This one, again, the diagonals not so much. So we are seeing the growth rates. All right, let's sleep in the house tonight. An event. We have to wait it out. I can't skip that one. All right, so we're starting to get some grass there. That's expanding a little bit. That's kind of left alone. This bottom half is filled in pretty good. You can see the randomness though. You know, if you look at this, this was an even grid all the way through. This top corner and this corner here has probably populated the least. This bottom right corner is almost filled in. You know, we've got some stuff along the bottom and here and like 1 tile there, but that's going to get full here pretty soon. Starting to see some acceleration on these though. All right, let's get the first week done. So this is a week of growth. So we can see nice and full, relatively full. This is pretty close. So we left a lot less grass here. You're talking again 36 compared to 16. So this had 20 more starter plots than this one had. This one only had 4 and this one only had 4. I would argue 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. We'll say 17 fully grown tiles here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I don't think that one's full. So 14 there. Hey, Hey Noah, how you doing? Good to see you. But let's talk about how that's expanding out. So this one here, we're just going to put down the 4 corners in a much smaller version. Right, and this one over here, we had the 4 in the center. So if we look, when this first starts, this one could expand to here and to here. Again, we had the fence posts in the way, right? Let me turn this down. This one is here and here. This one is here and here. And this one is here and here. Right, those are valid expansion spots. This one is here, here. I think it's going to be the same number. Yeah, I think it's the same. It should be 8. Here, and there, and there. Right, so that's our valid expansion slots. Now, once those fill in, let's see if we get a change. So on this one, you have both of these. Actually, in this configuration, there's a big enough gap. So we'll say this can go 1, 2, 3, 4. So we got 4, 8, 12, 16. This could go 1, 2, 3, 4. Overlap at 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So there's 16 there. This has 1, 2, 3, 4 of overlap. This has 4 of overlap. So interesting enough, these 2 configurations so far are getting relatively similar expansion rates. Bringing all the animals? Absolutely. Kind of fits if you embrace that. So let's see, I didn't build this big enough, so let's come up here. So if we've got that and that full, then our next iteration would be that would expand to there, 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 and it could expand beyond that. But if we've got these 3 full, now you're talking about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now you're talking about 6. Where in this configuration down here, we're talking about 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 16. So 6, 12, 24 to 16. So as this one grows, we should see it pick up speed. This one is limited because it's locked to itself. So, all right, we're gonna clean this out. And let's go ahead and jump forward again. Turn that off. All right, so we're seeing again randomness. These are just random spawns, and they're following all the same rules, right? So they will fill in. There's another random spawn there. And we lost some of our containment here, but now if there were crops in these, maybe we'll just do that. We could just put crops in. Let's see, let's get rid of some hay. Actually, we can just get rid of some of this stuff. We don't need it. All right, our old friend, the parsnip. There we go. That should mean we shouldn't lose our dirt. Okay, so again, blocked in, blocked in. This is going slower than I would have thought. This is growing in kind of nice. We started again with this top, with these 4. Obviously, our big propagators are over here. So we are a week in, just over a week in. And we can see that this has been able to expand out to almost fill in the space. We started with 36. There's 144 tiles here. This one we started with 16 and is almost keeping up, right? There's not a huge difference between these two. This one's definitely in the lead. Obviously with so much empty space and a limited number of tiles that these could expand to, you can see the difference. So let's get ourselves through a second week. Now, in phase 2 here, we're going to bring animals in, and they're going to cause a problem because they actually consume, right? 10 likes already. We are rocking. All right, so there's probably a tile there. You got 1, 2, maybe 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 completely empty. There's some partials in there. Over here, this corner hasn't done well. 4, 5, let's say 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, probably 18 and 19. So 13 and 19. But again, we started with a lot less. So this is actually spread more. If you think about it, this started with 36. This started with 20 more. This has 13 empty tiles. This has 19 empty tiles, right? Well, if you add 20 more into this 19, this is full. You know, it doesn't quite work that way. But the spread has been really good here. Because when we have the space, if we put one plant in, it has 4 spaces to go. The row version, they only had 2 spaces to grow, right? Again, this is slowly growing. Again, randomness. You can see this bottom corner is just growing a little bit better. Now, one of the things that we're going to bring in here pretty soon are animals. So let's start talking a little bit about animals. Animals obviously consume grass, right? Now, they do eat different amounts. 2 rainy days in a row. Coop animals will eat 2 of the 4, so half a tile worth, and a barn animal will eat a full tile of the green grass. Now the blue grass, it's cut in half. So a coop animal will eat 1/4, and a barn animal will eat 1/2 of a tile. So 2 tufts and 1 tuft, respectively. All right, let's go ahead, and we've got a couple of things to do. Let's finish the second week here. And as Victus has stated, okay, so we need to close that. But again, I think we're down to 2 stubborn tiles down here. I think everything else is at least partial. Here we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10. Now remember, this whole corner was empty, so that's grown in. So 2 and 10. We don't want the grass to spread there. All right. It's Sunday. Still hasn't completed. Nothing spreading there. You can see this is starting to do similar things. You know, we're getting random spawns and such around the farm. All in all, doing pretty good. All right, let's go one more day, and then we will chicken rave and do a second experiment. Now, in anything that you're doing like this, because of the randomness, you can see that we've had even different areas fill in at different rates, right? This tile down here, for whatever reason, stubborn. It's just random, but it's been stubborn. Even up here, you can see the difference. Look at this corner compared to the other corners. It's lagging behind. This one over here has spread down here faster than up here. Like, we literally started, right, these 4 tiles. So this, let's see, let's go over 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this is the top left corner. It's only spread to here, where this one has spread all the way over to there, all the way down to there. It's not anything, it's just random, right? It's just the system working as intended. Okay. I am told But we need to pick up our parsnips. Let's get ourselves... What are we feeling today? I say we start with a little Emily music. Where are my buttons? Okay, we'll turn that off. Move me over there. All right, my chickens. Thank you guys for hanging out with us. Has a chicken rave ever been more appropriate when we're talking about animals? So we do celebrate milestones, little accomplishments, whether it's in the channel, whether it's in the game, or it's you guys. This one is a 10 like chicken rave. So thank you so much. 23 viewers and 13 likes. If we could keep that rate up, we'd do awesome. I do appreciate it though. Let's get the full chicken rave going here. All right, Emily, thanks for the intro. Here comes the main event. Rock and roll, my friends, rock and roll. Yeah, Abby rocks. The drums in this. The bass, or it's either bass or the synthesizers are both rocking in this as well. All right. So we're gonna do a couple of things here. First, I want to turn automatic gates on. Just to make our life easier. But let's take this is a two week time frame, right? This one is all but full. I think we've got this one stubborn tile down here. Let's make sure there's not something weird going on there. Yeah, there's nothing there. Okay, it's not an artifact spot. Because that could block the grass growth, right? Same thing here. We got a weird tile there. Now, the same thing can be happening here, we just don't see it. You know, again, like this tile might just be stubborn for whatever reason. And it's not that they're doing anything, it's just that we're noticing it, right? But yeah, relatively full grass on our first two examples. Okay, we're gonna do a couple things. I'm gonna take a quick break. We're gonna turn off the chicken rave. Extra life, go back to that, turn that back on, move me back over to there. We'll take a quick break. I'm gonna go out and turn automatic gates on, just to make it easier to walk in and out of our stuff. Dreadmasters. Are you on Oricon? I like Oricon. Oricon is a fun planet, so. All right, let's go ahead and take a quick break. I'm going to reset that during the break, and we'll be right back. All right, welcome back. A couple of things we're gonna do here. We're gonna give ourselves some red shoes. There we go. Now we look great. Okay, automatic gates now on. So, test 1, we can see the rows filled in, but the individual square ones, the 16 filled in pretty much the same, right, in this particular thing. This corner and this one, I think this one is catching up. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go ahead and just jump through 2 more weeks, but we're not even gonna go outside. We're just going to, we'll check at the 1 week mark and the 2 week mark. Hey, Lavender Haze, how you doing? Welcome in. Glad to see you. We're in game system experiment mode here. All right, what is it? Saturday. Let's check on Sunday. And then we'll check in Sunday again. And then we'll probably reset the season. Okay. So again, our starter plot of 4 and our starter plots of 4, I feel like we're not going to count them all, but we got 2 by 12. So we'll call that 22, 6, 49, 50 squares over here, probably 3, 6, 9, 10, 20, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. 7, 3, 8, 9, 40, 1, 4, 2, 3, 4, 4, 5, 6, 7, 4, 8, 9, 50, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's probably 63-ish. So you can see the circumference of this one has started to grow out to where there's more. This one is still limited. Part of it's because we're limited by the fence line here, right? So I think we might make a different plot. I have a different idea of one that we can test there. All right, let's do 1 more week, and then we're going to clear this out and do a second test run on some of these configurations. Booksellers in town. Wednesday. Yeah, I miss doing guild runs. That can be a lot of fun, especially if you get a group that runs regularly together. And Sunday. All right, now, a couple of things we noticed here. Because we didn't have the gates, right, or a fence or anything to block, the grass has spilled out of our containment. This is grown into there. I'm going to argue again. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, It has some in it. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22, 23, 24, 25. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. So this one is caught up. So not a lot of difference. These both started with 4. So in a month, that almost filled in compared to what these did in probably 2 weeks. Okay. Here's what we're going to do. We're just going to tractor up to do this because it'll be faster. We're going to clear up the farm. Clear out our random spawns. You can, again, see in a month just how much these spawned but also expanded, right? And again, that's a random spawn that hit. But we never got any that worked their way out there. So and evidently we got enough rain throughout the month that actually worked. Okay. I'm gonna do a configuration change here. Because it'll be easier if we don't run into the pond. So we will... We're just going to move everything up 1 tile, essentially. Let's move this over here. Smash these out. Oink, oink, oink. We're a little fast. And then let's go ahead and put in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And we need to take these out, move them up 1. Same thing here. Move those up 1. And move these up 1. That did not go where it was supposed to. There we go. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Actually, nope, we need to clear this whole... We need to move this up 1. To keep our 12 by 12 grid. Treadmasters are done. What difficulty are you guys running on? Is it a prog group, or are you guys just... playing for fun? Alright, slight issue here. It won't hurt, but we're gonna butt up against this little pond, but nothing to worry about because we would never ran around that corner anyway. One, two, 5, 2, 3, 5. All right. 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. 1, 2. 5. There we go. Oh no, that. Okay, well I was unaware of that. If you drag gates over top of fencing, it replaces them. That's kind of cool. Actually a nice feature. Not what we were looking to do, but nice feature. Alright. It's a better test now. Do we have room over here? I want to build one more in a different configuration. So let's see. If we put that there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Gate. So I came up with another scenario. Okay. See, that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Need one there. 2, 3, 4. 5. And then. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12. Okay, that'll work. Five, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, now this one we're going to build a little different because I don't want spread to happen outside, and I'm going to have to rebuild this to make what I want to do work here, but that's okay because we have to put the grass down first. So a trick that you can do, and we're going to do this when we get to the animal portion, is you can actually place grass down and put fence posts on top of it. And what this will do is it will protect the grass from being eaten. You can also put lightning rods. A lot of people like lightning rods on top. Now, I'm not 100% sure on gates. We'll test that here. So I put the stone walkway down to keep... Holy cow, we're running out of energy. Infinite energy. There we go. I put the stone walkway down just to keep it from expanding, because if we put it under the outside fencing here, the fence won't block anymore. Right? So what we'll do is we'll just put a border here in. And then we'll go back. And see how we can. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4. We can put the fence posts right on top of the grass. I can't tell if I got there. See, I didn't look like there was one there. If we turn the grid off. Make life a little easier. 2. There we go. And then looks like you can put gates in. Okay, so this is a different test scenario. Let's go ahead and gate up this last one here. All right. So we're going to do the same thing we did last time. Let's build ourselves a couple of different versions. This time we're going to do 4 corners. We're going to try to be more strategic. We're going to go 1, 2, 3. What if we placed it right there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, let's go in one more. 4. Oops. 3, 4. Okay, that gives us 3 to the outside, 1, 2, and 2 to the center. If I go here, it gives us 2 to the outside, 3, and 3 to the center. Yeah, we'll run them both ways. Okay, so a 4 corners version. Actually, let's do it this way. Let's do both versions. So we'll go up here. And we'll just see if there's that big of a difference. And this one will run 1, 2. There we go. Okay, so a couple different corner versions there. This one, we will do a bit of a grid. Let's compare. If I put... Could do a hybrid of that one. I'm going to skip the rows one this time. Yeah, let's do a hybrid of this one. So let's go ahead and put in 1 there, 1 there, 1 there, 1 there. And then we'll put in that center section. And then up here, we're going to do basically our control that we know that this one actually spreads really well. So we'll do our grid of 16 here. Okay. Oops. So we have 16 here. This one we have 12, 24, 36, 48, 47, 65, I think 44. This one has 16. That one has 8. That one has 4. That one has 4. So different configurations in the grand scheme of things. Hey Jojo, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. Okay. So this one I'm curious. That's a lot of grass to start with that we didn't have before. That stuff can just stay. Let's go ahead and we'll stay in spring just to keep everything relatively the same. Now, I'm only using the normal grass right now. The The bluegrass spread's the same, so. Alright, I see one tuft. I don't think this one expanded at all. Maybe a tuft there. Definitely seeing some expansion there. Okay, this one. Got 1, 2, 3. I think 4, 5, 6. Probably 7, 8. So you're seeing the growth kind of come in from the outside there. Oh, that's cool. Good for her. Wish her the best of luck. Alright, let's center our house a little bit better here. Since we added another spot. That's not too bad. Alright. We'll take a look at the first week and then we'll speed things up here a little bit. Actually, this will help too. Let's get our speed back up. Okay. Some expansion there. This one has not gone well. Just the one. Maybe two, but I think it's just the one. This is doing pretty good. This section, much better. I like the look at this one, as it's kind of closing in on the center there. Now again, the advantage of that one on the far left is it started with a whole lot more grass. Right, so there's a lot more opportunities for it to expand. If you figure 12 by 12, so there's 11, that's 22, 32, there's 42 squares of expansion. This is 1632, actually 16, 32, there's 64. So this has 11, 22, 32, this has 42, this has 64, right? So 16 compared to the, whatever we said here, 12, 24, 36, 48, probably 44 initial grass to 16. This has 64 compared to 42. And again, these are more limited just because they have only 16. And that has 16, this has 16, 24 spots, at least initially. Now, obviously, as they grow out, then they claim more space. The one on the far left, though, I think it's going to slow down because it's going to slowly start limiting where it can spread. This one's looking good. This is actually looking pretty good. That's not a bad configuration. 6, 7. It only took 8 to do that one. 4 on both of those. Yeah, I never buy it. Once you get the recipe and get it set up, it's not too bad. Alright, a couple more days on this first week. But yeah, I don't think I'd ever buy grass starter. Okay, we got our first, I think. There's a random spawn there. Couple random spawns up here. And that's the other thing. You could also always just let the random spawn happen. Like, I always make sure I keep the grass on my initial farm and try to build it out accordingly. So, okay, these two are similar. Now, we've hit a limitation here. Because this one started out... Actually, no, that's just linearly grown. This one started closer to the edges, I do believe. Yeah, we started here. This one started farther in, but hasn't spread as well. Again, randomness. That's doing pretty good, but again, look at this corner compared to this. Right, they both started with 1 square. This one's 2 squares now. This one is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 squares. That's doing pretty well. That's doing all right. Yeah, for sure. I've seen some other people do videos on it, Stardew economy is weird, right? Like what costs what is crazy. You know, think about it. You can buy a you can buy a barn or a coop. Well, you need the materials, but like what's a coop, like 2,500 gold, something like that, but like a beer is 500. It's just weird. Okay, decent. This one's doing quite well. And then we have, again, this is our first week. This has arguably, it's somewhere around 40%, I would say. I like this. If you've got the extra grass seed, right? Since we're talking about this expense, doing that border and then putting in a few of these, like imagine this one and this one combined, you'd have it pretty filled in. But I think this grid is by far the most efficient as far as using the less initial grass, but spreading the best. Because what you're taking advantage of is once these start to spread out, they populate more, right? Okay. No major changes. So let's go ahead and we'll do a few days here. That's a good one, right? Yeah, the economy in Stardew is weird. 3 cups of coffee or a diamond, which would you prefer? So, okay, again, we're coming up on the end of the second week. This one's almost filled itself in. These are similar randomness. This is doing quite well. This is actually doing better than I thought it would. But again, the initial grass over there was a lot more. All right, let's go ahead and go till Monday here. Can't you buy entire house upgrades early on, like for 10,000? Something like that. It's all based on perceived value, right? Like, you know, take the expensive items like the return scepter and stuff like that are 2 million. So. All right, this is done quite well, actually. And again, the border's holding it in. If we didn't put that border in, it would have spread to the outside as well. And that might be something that you want. Fully contained fields aren't necessarily something that you have to have. Okay, I would submit. There might be a tuft missing right there. But again, 2 weeks. In 2 weeks, this has fully populated itself out. This one did relatively well. I think these are similar. Without enough trials in. Again, we started... This one we started in more, I think. This one was out more. I'd have to go back and look, but... Okay. I think... Let's go ahead and play out. We'll do the same thing. We'll do a full week, check on them, and then do a final week. And then we have to introduce animals. Let's check on Friday. Yeah, they're comparable. All these are starting to fill in. That's still working its way. If someone came up to me on the street and said, I'll give you a gold bar or a salad, I think I know which one I would choose. Actually, it's raining. We'll check on Monday. I don't want to go out in the rain. It'll ruin my hair. All right, so again, accounting for randomness, these two are pretty close. This one definitely, again, we started with 4 more filled in. Arguably, though, here's the funny part. These two, we started with 1, 2, 3. This one started with 4. This one started with 4. They have filled in as much as this one, right? Because we get a diminishing returns. You know, all of this grass can't spread anymore, right? Like this one will roll its chances, but there's nowhere for it to spread. So having the extra space early is kind of nice. All right, let's go ahead and run one more week here. I would hope. Now, I mean, there are some examples of crazy dining experiences where they do stuff like that, where there's like real gold leaf or something in the food, but okay, I'm going to assume by now we're going to be sitting on mostly all full. Oh, this one didn't quite fill out. All right, so we have, again, a stubborn square. Just, it's random, you know. A couple that didn't quite fill out there as well. All right, let's clean this up a little bit. Look at all that. So again, we did nothing on this. We got as much spread here as probably anywhere. And we did nothing to encourage it. And that's how I usually start a farm, right? I usually start it with the grass that was just already there. Okay. We're gonna go ahead and let's fill in any spots that didn't grow here. Oh, it won't work. Okay, let's just do it this way then. There we go. So, something I just learned. If you have, let's go over here. Like this square here, if it has any grass grown in it, that one did not. You can't place grass in a partial tile, if that makes sense. Tractor's too fast. Okay. I think our all of our fields are full. So our next experiment here is going to be to add animals. And let's see what kind of devastation that they do. So let's go ahead and take a quick break and we'll set that up when I get back. All right, welcome back. So we need to get ourselves some animals. Now, we do want to take a look at this. Let's restart the season here. So as we mentioned before, the coop and the barn, the animals in them don't matter so much. It is whether they are coop or barn animals. So let's put in 2 coops and 2 barns, and we'll see what happens. So what we're going to do, we'll build us a coop. And for this experiment, what we'll do is we'll put in our fence posts in one. And we will put in non-fence post in another. And we'll just see. We'll see if protecting the grass does actually make a difference. That's our theory. And we're going to move these here in a minute. Alright, let's go ahead and clean this up. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and upgrade these all the way up to full. So we want 12 animals in each one, right? So we'll do a big coop. And a big coop. Deluxe. Deluxe. So, what do animals eat? So, like we talked about a little bit ago, a single animal has to eat every day. It doesn't have to. Animals won't die from starvation, but they will not produce if they don't eat. And that's the whole point, right? The whole point of having animals is for them to produce ingredients that we can either sell directly or turn into other things like cheese and mayonnaise. So if the animal doesn't produce, it's just waste, right? Now, it can eat in 2 ways. It can eat hay, which we do have a silo going here. Okay, so we've got... let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we'll put the door there. So, okay, so that's the center. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is offset. So we need 3. 1, 2, 3. Then we can slide the coop in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 3. So that'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It won't be quite centered, I don't think. Let's take a look. I'm standing in the way. I didn't want to move it there because I was standing in the way, which is pretty funny. Okay, so we put this here. We're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's as close to center as we're going to get. Center-ish. All right, so we take out that one. So 1, 2, 3. 2, 3. There we go. And we'll go ahead and move this coop. And just so that we can get in and out, put a gate there and a gate there. All right, this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Should be able to center those. So if we take out that and that, that'll be our door. We want that in the center. So that and that. Then 1, 2, 3. We need 4 this direction. 2, 3, 4. And we only need 1 in this direction. I think that will center our barn. Let's find out here. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep, that centers the door. So the barn's not centered, but the door is. And I'm trying to center the doors so that they will naturally, when they leave the door, they will eat from that spot, if that makes sense. So. Alright, so we need 1 in this direction. And on this one, we're not going to get a door in, I don't think, just because the pond's in the way. That's okay. We can get through the side gates. So. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, let's go ahead and drop a gate there. Yeah, we can get to that one pretty easy. Okay. And then I suppose for completeness, we should put something over here. See how this one does. So let's put a barn here, because this is going to do the most damage. Right? It eats the most. So let's set this up the same way we did before. It's not going to let me build it where I'm standing. So let's build it there. I feel like I left something there. Yeah, there's still a gate or something there. There we go. Deluxe big barn. And then we'll see if this, the 42 or whatever we're looking at there, can keep up with the animals. Right? Because again, they won't be able to eat the grass from underneath the fence posts. It does protect it. All right, let's go ahead and move this one into place. Okay, that one's in place now. So last thing we need to do here then is we're going to set up a couple of our testing parameters. So we have determined that the gridded out system is our best propagator of grass. So this field we're going to leave completely just a field, right? In this one, we're going to set up that same grid that we did for grass growth, but this time with fence posts, right? So we're going to put a fence post there. Nope, not there. 1, 2, put one there. 1, 2, there. 1, 2, put one there. Put one there. 2, put one there. All right, and then 1, 2. Now this looks a little, because they're covered in grass, it can look a little funny, like they're not on the right tile. So just kind of be aware of that. Like, so this one, 2 goes here, right? Even though it's going to look like it's on the tile above, because the grass obscures. So this one is technically here, not here, right? So it's 1, 2, and then the next one goes here. So that one is there, doesn't go there, doesn't go there, should go there. So you do get kind of a weirdness in the look, but all right, so that's our 16 fence posts there. We're going to do the same thing here. We'll keep this one as just a field. So this won't replenish itself outside of just what gets eaten. And we're going to see a similar pattern that we saw in our growth, in that the less tiles they can expand to, the less chances we get for expansion. All right, I need to turn my speed down. Makes this easier. Okay, so we want this one to be here. 2 there. 1, 2 there. Oops. One, 2 there. 1, 2, and that's not right. All right, let's start this over. Make sure we get them in the right spots. That corner, go there. Then we go 1, 2, place, 1, 2, place, 1, 2, and place. 2, place, 1, 2, place, 1, 2, place. 1, 2, place. 2, place, 1, 2, place, 1, 2, place. 1, 2, place. 1, 2, 1, 2, 2, and 1, 2. 2. That one's not right. Actually, that one's not right. That's what got us off. Okay. 2, place, 1, 2. There we go. Okay. So what we have here is our grid, no grid, grid, no grid. So now it's time to get us some animals. And unfortunately, I believe that means we need to go down, because I can't get it from here unless we are down to see Marnie, I do believe. On the plus side, we haven't been moving time, which means She should just be standing here. Okay. So, the animals that we choose don't really matter. Again, it's just coop versus barn, right? So we'll just go with cows and chickens, the starter animals. But other than that, it's pretty much the same. So let's start over here, and we're just going to accept the defaults. And it's time to populate our farm. Wumbus. Now, most of the time in game, you're not going to do something like this. I do wish there was a quicker way to purchase animals. It'd be nice if there was a bulk buy 10 cows. Snaily. But that's what we call an edge case. Bruh. And not within the scope of what normal gameplay would be like. But once you get to scale, as your farms get bigger, it's not uncommon to, I don't know, I think I've done 8, maybe 12 at one time. I think I've done 12 at one time. Chillard. I like Chillard. That dude sounds like he'd be relaxed. Gotta be getting close here. Alright, what do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Wow. Feels like we had more. Alright, this will be 11. Wookie. I like Wookie. And this will be 12. Wuss. The other cows are going to make fun of him. Alright, so see how that one turns red? Means it's full. Obviously, we can't put cows in a chicken coop. Now, these will go a little faster because we don't have to scroll as much. Brutsu. Sounds almost like a emperor or something. So, let's talk a little bit about what needs to happen next. Animals will consume grass from day one. They won't produce. They have a growth period, but they'll consume the same as a baby or as an adult. So what we'll do is we'll open up the old doors here, and we'll let the grass actually feed them as they grow. Now we're gonna have to be a little bit slower in our testing because we do have to give the animals time to go outside and eat. We can't just spam sleep like we were before. So we'll have to be a little bit more careful, make sure that they do eat to get the test in place properly. Grutzers. Oh, hey, you're probably gone by now, Lavender. I didn't see you exit. Have a good night, though, if you watch this back. Yeah, Gus's dining is without parallel. Like I said, I've seen people try to figure out the economy by taking actual prices, but even some of the dialogue that talks about how much money somebody makes at their job and stuff like that. It's bizarre. Now, this is true of a lot of game economies, right? If you think about game economies, it's not based off of the acquisition price of materials. It's based off of completely either supply and demand or desirability or functionality, right? So it's not like in the real world where it costs X amount to build a house and you have to recoup that cost. There's no cost to things in game, for the NPCs anyway. So we eliminate that part of it, which is interesting. So it puts us in a situation where now it's 100% based off of the utility of the product. So arguably in this game, to build a house or a building or anything like that, you've got the acquisition because you have to use resources to do it. But beyond the acquisition, honestly, your house doesn't have a ton of value. Your weapon probably has more. Okay, barns are full. So then you get into the concept of, well, based off that then, does that say wacka or wacko? That was something. So now let's just look at games in general. You know, it's not uncommon for a housing thing to maybe cost, I'm just gonna make up numbers, but let's say it costs, you know, 1,000 credits of some kind. Whereas a highly desirable, super rare weapon could be millions, right? Now, the real world has rarity aspects as well. So it's not just the fake world, but, you know, things that are like common in the real world can be expensive in the game world. I would argue here in Stardew, early on, food has way more value to you because it fills up your energy. So at first, making that decision between selling it and eating it is a relatively big decision. Wombus. We got our first repeated name. At least in this run through. I've seen Wombus before. Cape. And ultimately, the game economies are set up to allow you to progress in the game, right? They're not necessarily supposed to be limiting to you. So we've got one coop full. We're on our second coop now. I mean, they are designed to be limiting, but to limit progression, but to keep you progressing. Hey, Crystal, how you doing? Always appreciate you swinging by. It's very kind. We have a generous community here. I appreciate you guys. My buttons are in different spots on this build. Let's see. There we go. If you've never seen her before... Oh, YouTube is complaining at me. Okay, I think we're in recovery mode now. But if you've never seen Crystal's channel before, go over and check out Classy Cozy Gamer. I threw a link in the description, or sorry, in the chat down below. You can check out her channel. hopefully, nope, cutting back out here. Hopefully we recover. There we go. Nope. It's trying. It's trying. I'll do a test here in a second. Oh, a little spiky. Come on. You can do it, YouTube. I have faith in you. Oh. Oh, there it's trying. Now it's trying hard. Okay, hopefully we're back here. You haven't missed anything. We've just been buying animals. Alright, let's do a speed test here and see what's going on. Alright, are we back? Are we back? Are you guys buffering? Yeah, that's running okay. It seems to have stabilized. Nothing's wrong on my end. Everything looks... Yeah, everything looks to be in place on my end, so... Not sure what happened to YouTube. Let's check. Let's check our stats here. Yeah, I dropped 0 frames uploading, so something on YouTube's end. Hopefully we've stabilized, so apologies if you guys got a little bit of a buffer there. All you really missed was me buying chickens, so. Yeah, there's a lot going on. It was cool that you checked it out, but it's one of those that I think, hey Lydia, I think if you want to play expanded, it's one of those you just have to accept. Try not to rush through it, but it's also going to be a long playthrough, right? Even the core base game takes weeks to get through if you play a ton. So it's one of those that, yeah, there's a lot going on there. It'd almost be fun to, if it was, instead of expanding the core game, actually allowing the core game goes away. It's like you move to a new town and have about the same scope as the original. That could be cool. But yeah, I can definitely see where that could be an issue. So, okay. So what we have here is we have animals. You don't have to feed them on their first day. We're not going to pet them. But we'll talk a little bit about the friendship and mood. So there's 2 stats that animals have. Did we not give ourselves a door out? Let's give ourselves a door out. And let's check here. Yeah, we do have hay. Okay, so there's 2 stats that we pay attention to for animals. You can only see one of them directly, and I don't want to pet them. We will here eventually. We'll pet a version, but we want to keep them kind of intact with each other. One you can see here, it's their friendship, right? The other one is their mood, and it's kind of a hidden stat, but you can kind of check their mood based off of the responses that you get. So let's go ahead and pop this up. So if you talk to the animal, if you pet the animal and then click on it, you get a message. And the message might be animal looks sad. that means the mood's between 0 and 30. It might say the animal looks fine, which means it's between 30 and 200. And animal looks really happy, indicates the mood is between 200 and 255. Mood does impact output, right? So mood can be determining the animal quality. So when you drop a milk or an egg, the quality of that milk and egg is going to change based off of the mood. So it's in your best bet to keep the mood high. The other thing that affects mood is the friendship level. So the friendship is 1,000 point scale. So for the heart system, if we have 5 hearts, it means each full heart is 200 points of friendship. Now, how do you gain friendship? You can pet the animal. That's worth 15. Obviously, shepherd and coop master and skills will make a difference. It'll double that for you. Milking and shearing gives you a +5. And then eating grass outside is +8 for normal and +16 for bluegrass. So if you don't feed your animals grass, is why we spent so much time checking out the grass, you just lose that, right? It doesn't hurt them. You can still feed them with hay and their friendship just goes up slower. So if you don't pet them and you don't let them eat grass, you don't get those. Now there are some penalties. If they go hungry, they lose friendship. So that's a -20. If they're trapped outside overnight, that's a -20. And if you don't pet or talk to them or whatever, they can lose 5 to 10. Obviously there are machines like auto petters and stuff like that we could put in. But all of that kind of stuff is factor of friendship. So friendship and mood linked together determine the quality of what you're going to get. Also, it can impact, let's see if I can find it here. There we go. If an animal has 150 mood or above, it will gain the ability to produce quality and large or deluxe products. So for chickens and cows, you know, that large milk and that large egg mean that you're going to get better because the quality doesn't transfer. So really the quality doesn't matter. We're looking for those large products, right? So we want that mood to be high. So this is why a lot of people will feed or want their animals to eat the grass. Let's see, other things that might kick in here. Things that increase mood. Eating grass outside sets the mood to 255. So if your animal eats grass, the mood is automatically maxed out. And so if you're thinking about the algorithm, friendship and mood impact the large and quality, you might as well set the mood as high as you can. And that's kind of what we're looking to do here. Petting +32 to 36. In winter, an animal in the area with the heater has a mood of 150 or higher. The mood goes up every 10 minutes past 6 o'clock. So you can cap it out by having the heater. So the heater replaces grass in the wintertime since the animals don't go outside. Animal is fed +4 to +16 at the end of the day. So their mood goes up just from eating. Animals outside has less than 150 mood. It will actually, the mood will go up. The door to the animal's barn or coop was closed behind them at night. It doesn't say exactly how much that does. But that's every 10 minutes, their mood can change with all of these factors. Things that make it go down. Outside in the rain or in the wintertime is 4 to 8 every 10 minutes. That's a minus. Outside past 7, -4 to -8 every 10 minutes. Animals slept outside, half of their current mood goes away. Animal is not petted, -20 to -40. But again, if they're at 255 and that goes down, they go back out and eat grass, it cancels that out. Animal is not fed, -100. So not feeding your animals has big impact. If we want to play around with mood, we could actually put up another coop and just leave the animals outside. But we can play around with that. Okay, anything else here? And again, there's formulas for all this. We're not going to go that deep into things. Okay, let's go ahead and... Nope, wrong button. There we go. Okay. Let's kick this off. So, they don't need to eat on the first day, but just to keep this complete, we're going to go ahead and fire this up. So we're going to open up the doors. And what we're going to see is as soon as they come outside, they're going to start to wreak havoc on our fields. We may have to turn time on for this to happen. Yeah, they're not eating. So let's make... There we go. Alright, so here they go. Or they might not eat on the first day at all. Okay. I know they don't eat hay on the inside. I'm going to say it looks like they're not going to eat at all. So, let's go ahead and move our house to a little bit closer location. We'll just put it right there. Then we can run right down into that gate. All right, let's save all that work before we don't crash or something. All right, here we go. Now, the animals should all come outside, and right away, you can see that they are taking out the grass, right? So that's their eating. Now, you can see the difference already between the chickens and the cows. The cows, again, eat 4 tufts of green grass every single day. The chickens eat 2. And again, anything in a coop, anything in a barn. So you can already see that. Now, what's going to happen is we already looked at the way the grass spreads, right? That's still going to happen every day. But at 12 animals and a half a tile, they're going to eat 6 tiles worth of grass every single day. Barn animals are going to eat 12 tiles of grass. We've got a 12 by 12 grid here, so we only technically have enough food in this field for 12 days. Now, it doesn't count rainy days, festival days, and things like that. They do have hay to eat in there. All right. So I think they've probably all eaten at this point. If you see them wandering around in the grass, they eat right away. So let's go ahead and we'll just start triggering days here, and we'll see what happens. Okay, so here's a rainy day. Now, what's nice about a rainy day is the grass can still repopulate. So you'll notice that right here at the door, it looks like we might have got a little bit of growth. I don't remember exactly where they were all at, but since the animals stayed inside, they will eat hay if you have hay. But the grass can actually go into a recovery day. Now, just to check, so you can see our hay has repopulated out here. We're going to go ahead. We have the automate mod installed. This will auto keep our silo full. All right, well, not a lot to do on this day, so let's go ahead and get some sleep. So a rainy day is kind of a bonus day for your fields. All right, here they go. So again, we'll see them come out, and you'll just see right there, that cow ate that chunk. They're just going to get to the first grass they can find and eat. Now, if we look at our fields, let's look at the cows because it's easier to see. You're going to see that, I don't know why they're not eating that one. It's just kind of interesting. I don't think we have any blocker there. Let's go make sure. Yeah, we're good there. So this one, because we have the fence posts in place, they can't eat the grass there. Now, what you could do, like if you wanted to section off your fields, right? I wouldn't probably do it at this scale, but let's say you put a fence across here, right? And so you have kind of a staging area at the top. So they come out of the barn and they go into this area. Then you could make multiple fields with gates or openings and closings, and you could close off. Let's say you ran a fence right up the center here and right across here. Now this is too small, but let's pretend. And then so what you do is you fence this one off. This field can recover. You open this one up and they eat out of this one. Then when this one's getting low, you fence that one off and you open this one up, and then this one could recover. I've never tried something like that, but theoretically, that seems like it would work. Okay, so you can already see the difference between the cows and the chickens, right? Just how much food they are consuming. So, all right, let's move on to the next day. Now we have two systems countering each other here. So every day, the animals are going to come out if it's not raining, and they're going to try to eat. But before they come outside, we get that initial propagation of grass. So all of these tiles, right, had a chance to grow grass into them or recover. If like the tile was partial, you know, it has a chance to recover. Now on this field, as they get to the fence line, all these fences could theoretically throw grass into there for us. That's not true here. I suppose we could do one with fence line and posts, but so again, why they're not doing the one right at the door? Maybe that's because it's where they first step and then they eat immediately. Eventually, I'm gonna guess they'll go back and get that one. It's kind of interesting though, just watching the systems. So here we got somehow one of the animals didn't eat up here and didn't eat till he got down here, which is interesting. Looks like maybe that's happened here. Maybe not. All right. Let's look at. Yeah, so we're not petting the animals, right? I want to see if. Do we get a friendship gain for eating? I know we get a mood gain. Friendship, petting, milking, eating grass outside, +8 or +16. So let's look at it from this menu. Okay, so they've gained 8 points so far. But fully happy, so I'm gonna guess that's probably their mood level there. All right, so let's track mood here. Let's go ahead and we are going to do a little experiment. Let's go ahead and build ourselves another coop. We're just gonna put it up here. And we're going to populate it with chickens. I'm not going to build the big, because we just want chickens. So we'll just do 4 here. And unfortunately, these chickens are going to have a rough time because we're not going to feed them. Hey, there's our third Wumbus. Our game likes Wumbus. So this is one of those things when gamers get this bad reputation of being mean and nasty and all this kind of stuff. And then I'm sitting here feeling bad about these virtual chickens that I'm not going to feed. Okay. So now we have 4 chickens in here. Oops. Well, we're going to give them a little bit of mood. What are we going to put here? Let's just put... an asterisk next to their names so we know these are our chickens that are not eating. We'll pretend they're protesting or something. But you can see that the friendship, when I clicked on them, their friendship went up. You can see, seems curious but a little cautious. It's a strange new world. That's the initial thing. But their message will be different, right? So mood today. There we go. All right, so we're gonna just leave them in there, and let's kick the day over. All right, so we're almost our first week in. Again, out come the animals. They start eating the food. We can now milk our cows. It'll be interesting to see if they ever go back and get that initial spot right by the door. I've never noticed that before. Alright, their happiness. Okay, so looks really happy. So far their mood hasn't dropped because they haven't been neglected yet. Looks really happy. So that's all in good shape, all right? Is that always there? Okay, so that's an interesting... But that's kind of a cool thing. That means grass will always... It's almost like a free fence post. It'll always repopulate from there. Okay, now another thing that may be happening that we're going to have to deal with here. So animals have started to lay eggs. We might throw an auto grabber in there eventually. We're just going to let it sit there for right now. Alright, but again, you can see the difference, right? You can see how much more our barn animals are eating than our coop animals. But you can see, like even right here, it looks like, I think right there is a growth spot that they haven't completely eaten yet, right? Now, obviously, to put in these fence posts, you're giving up grass, but you're hoping that we get more growth. We'll see how they do. All right, let's go ahead and go to the next day. Here they come to devastate our fields. Look at them chomp all that grass. So now we have competing systems in place, essentially. The grass growth system is competing against the consumption system of the animals. And in planning out your fields, what you have to try to figure out is how much are they going to consume and how much are things going to grow, and what configuration helps you with that. Now, most of the time on my farms, I don't actually put the fences up. I just let the animals go. On the Joja farm, what we started to do is as one section would get a lot of the grass eaten and destroyed, we would actually move the buildings so they would go to a new section. That worked actually relatively well. But I'm going to argue we're a good third of the way through that, and we haven't even made it through the first week. So I don't have high hopes for that one. All right, let's check on the animals. Let's go check on these guys. Okay, so you can see their happiness is crashed. They look grumpy, wasn't fed, hasn't been petted. basically the friendship we gained is gone, mood is gone, everything, because they haven't eaten. These animals, I have not been petting them. Full mood, full happiness, you know, I would gain friendship faster. So it looks like what's happening right here is the grass is negating the penalties, right? They're, at the end of the day, they're unhappy because, actually, yeah, we're probably, I think we're losing more friendship than we're gaining. Let's check the numbers. Let's see, not fed, trapped outside, not pet, -5 to -10. So if they're losing 10, what are they gaining? +8. So we might see a difference when we do the bluegrass test, actually. So we're not gaining, or we're probably slowly losing. 10 minus friendship. Okay, so yeah, we are actually bottoming out because the calculation takes existing friendship into account. So theoretically, let's see, the formula is 10 minus friendship divided by 200. So if your friendship, if you're fully, you have 1,000 points of friendships divided by 200. Okay, so if you have your friendship all the way to the top, so maxed out, the grass would actually keep the friendship topped off because you would lose 5 a day and you would gain 8. Right now, because we have 0 friendship, we're losing 10 a day and we're only gaining 8. So that's kind of cool though. That means once you get to max friendship, grazing will maintain max friendship, right? Let's see, 10 minus, so we need to get to 10 minus 3. So 1,000, let's say 800. What's the formula? Friendship divided by 200. So 600 divided by 200. No, 600 divided by 200 is 3. That would be 7. 400 divided by 200. Okay, if you get to 2 hearts, once you get to 2 hearts, grazing will equal friendship loss per day. So once you get them above 2 hearts, they'll slowly gain friendship just by eating. Now, obviously, again, if you pet them, you get all those gains and stuff like that. But so kind of your break-even point is 400 points of friendship, which is 2 hearts. Above that, the grass will actually slowly build. The bluegrass will build from the very beginning. We'll do that experiment here in a little bit. All right, let's let them all, they're still coming outside. So we want to give them some time to get their food on. All right, the other thing we're gonna test here, I'm gonna pull the hay out of there. That way we can track to see if some animals are eating hay. So another thing that will happen is, let's say for whatever reason, the animal comes outside, can't find grass to eat, they'll still eat the hay on the inside, right? All right. I think we can give them an hour to eat, should be fine. So they all come out and eat pretty quickly. It'll get a little slower in that they have to come outside and they have to go find grass. So there's one that regrew right there. And that guy took it out of commission. So, but you're seeing the regrowth around all these areas. So now, where this field can only regrow in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Probably we'll call it 12. Up to 12 squares here. This field can regrow in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. No, we already counted that one. So 29-ish. So the saving of this grass, and I didn't count this, it's the same for each. But the saving of this grass by these fence posts means that every night there's a potential, it's all random, but there's a potential for more grass growth, which hopefully will help it keep up. We shall see if that holds true. All right, let's keep cranking. Let's get through this first month, and then we'll see where things are at. Okay, a rainy day. So rainy day again, you can see there's some regrowth there, maybe some regrowth there. I feel like there's a couple of plots there. It's kind of hard to tell sometimes. The graphic may just be not quite accurate, but now that does mean that our animals are going to consume hay. They haven't yet. If we look in on them, the hay is all there. This will get eaten tonight, and then they will repopulate. All right, well, there's no point in keeping this day going since nothing's going to happen. Let's check. Nobody should have any friendship. Let's check in on their mood. Still really happy. Their happiness did drop, though. So they lost the bonus of eating the fresh grass, right? That bonus is what's kicking this up. And then this one over here, these guys should be really upset with us. They're not even going to grow. Because they're not being fed, they're not even growing. So let's go ahead and get them at least to adulthood. So we'll feed them here. Oh, then we might as well do this little calculation. You can see the little grumpy symbol, looks grumpy. You know, all of that, hey, we leveled in farming. All of that is just feedback systems to try to help you understand what's going on with your animals. All right, back outside the, oh, nope. Another day of grass recovery. So again, we're going to go ahead and, well, I want to keep them all the same, so. All right, well, let's see how 2 days has helped our fields. So right here by the door, you can see that spread took place. We've got spread coming up here. That has helped. This one, since these fence posts are all feeding in, we need to get some spread up there at the top. It's hard to say. You know, I'm sure we got spread there. This was actually pretty good. That's like 2 or 3 tufts there. This whole section now has kind of repopulated in 2 days of rain. As far as I know, there's no difference in spread in rain. That would be kind of cool if that could happen. And then just naturally, yeah, we got a little bit of grass up there. All right, let's see if we get 3 days of rain in the row. Probably not. All right, here they come. So again, bang, 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 bang. They just destroyed all that regrowth. As they came out. So they're going to eat all that regrowth that popped in around these. Now that's kind of a downside. It'd be nice, you know, if they went to this area and this could recover. But again, you could manually do that, right? We could build this, we could split this farm in half and then block off a section, let it recover even with this grid system while they eat the grass out of one side. Then when that one gets destroyed, you block off and you open up the other side. If you really wanted to micromanage like that, you could probably maximize your growth a little bit more than what we're doing here. All right, it's past 7. We'll go ahead and start another day. And here they come. So you can see, this field is, I'm going to say, there's a lot more grass eaten out of that side than has been destroyed on the other side. So have we passed the point of, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, we've probably given up 8 here. It's pretty close, although they've gone deeper into this side, I think, than that side. Same thing there, it looks like. All right, it's past 7. Let's check in over here. How are these guys doing? Let's see, we've got 1, 2, 3. They've made it down to within 4 of the bottom there. Let's compare that to this one, which is at 3. So the regrowth that's coming in from the sides is making a difference, right? They've gone deeper into this one. This is 1, 2, 3, 4. So we're down to 4 rows, 3 rows. And over here, 4 rows. We don't count that bottom row. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4. So the side feeding of the grass means they're eating that before they, like they go to this side, and any regrowth that happens on these tiles gets eaten first before they work their way deeper into the field. Hey, puppy. All right. Let's go ahead and that'll finish 2 weeks. Let's go check on them, then we'll probably take a quick break here. We'll finish out the month on these fields, and then we're probably going to do an experiment with this grass versus bluegrass and see if we can see the differences there. The regrowth rates are the same. It's just the consumption difference between the two. All right, let's see. Have you eaten? Yeah, really happy. All right, I think what we'll try when we get back. We'll see if we can catch one of the animals before they've eaten to see if their happiness is absolutely tanked. Okay, these have become adults, but they are grumpy. So what we should be able to do, let's grab... I think that's all the eggs. We'll see if they produce any eggs or not. Okay, let's take a quick break here. And then we'll come back to the second 2 weeks, check on the moods of the animals as they come out of the barn or the coop, and also keep an eye on our neglected coop up here. I'll be right back. All right. Welcome back, everyone. Let's go see what Tuesday has in store. So now we're just going to kind of track progress. Probably mostly over here on the cows. Okay, so you can see his happiness is down to 80%, 85%. Forto looks really happy. So we're still at the top there. But they haven't eaten yet. So let's see if Forto, that's that brown cow right there. You can see his pathfinding. He was going back and forth looking. There, he got his first bite in. He only ate once, so I think he'll eat more. But just the act of eating popped his happiness back up. There he goes, eats some more. And he's probably done. What about you? Jeppo. Jeppo is unhappy, but here he comes. And there's the first bite. Happiness is back up. Again, we're losing more friendship every day. Because again, I think we're losing 10 and gaining 8. Let's see, you're gaining 8 and losing 10. So all right, these chickens. Looking a little thin. Wasn't fed yesterday. Hasn't been petted today. No happiness. No friendship. And notice no eggs. These guys should all be producing eggs. Now our egg is full here. So let's go ahead and... Oh, I think we're going to have to manually pick these up. But let's get an auto grabber in place. I don't think this will work. Now, one advantage you do get on the cows, goats, and things like that is you gain friendship if you manually milk them. I don't know that the auto grabber gives you any friendship, but I'm about 95% sure the auto grabber is not going to pick up the eggs off of the floor. The way it works, if I recall, is it intercepts them before they get to the floor. So look at that expansion right there. We got almost a whole tile, it looks like, filled in right there. Yep. Can I pick stuff up on the tractor? Does this work? Let's look. Oh, it does. Oh, that's nice. Can harvest. Alright. We're just going to throw those in there. Now notice they're all small eggs though. Because we are... Oh, those are cows. We're not going to milk the cows. Because their mood and their friendship is so low. It's not allowing them to produce the higher quality stuff. Now that's the way to clean up eggs right there. Same thing, we'll throw those in there. So these guys over here, if we can get there, have almost made it to the bottom. We've got one row left. This has 3 rows left. And let's go check on these guys. This is 2 rows. So I'm going to argue, so far, at least in this run, there's still more grass. We're giving up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's still 8 tiles that they can't eat here. But they haven't made it down as far because up here, nothing can repopulate now, right? Only this front row can repopulate. And up here, we're still getting repopulation every day. Over on this one, it's a little better because this row, that column, every night can fill in a little bit. And then they just eat it the next morning. You know, it's never going to fill in unless we close the door. And that's another thing that you could do. right? Like if you wanted your field to recover a few days, you could just close the door. Like over here, we could just say, you know what, for the next week, I'm going to leave the animals inside. They'll eat hay. We'll let the fields recover for a week and do that. Maybe we'll try that at some point. All right. Next day. Two levels of farming from picking up eggs. All right, let's check in on these. I don't see any eggs. Let's go ahead and we'll put an auto grabber in here just in case. Oh, there is one egg. I saw it. Alright, I think I accidentally petted one of the chickens. So we'll keep them all in sync with each other. Alright, so we got one egg. Now obviously there's only 4 in there, so keep that in mind as well. And you can see the difference. You know, the chickens just don't eat as much as the cows. So these are going to obviously be fuller fields. There we go. We hit the bottom. So now, these two could both theoretically repopulate into that square. We'll take a look at that tomorrow. But this field still has 3 rows available to it. This one has 1 row available to it. All right. Sleep, sleep, sleep. Let's see if I can kind of see it. There we go. So that one square that was destroyed, one of these 2 was able to get some grass in there. Now hopefully the cows don't go directly to that one. Nope, they destroyed it. And now there's 2 gone. So we're down to just the corners now. I don't even know if this field's gonna make it through the month. We're almost at the end of week 3. It's done better than I thought. Again, keep in mind, this was a 12 by 12 grid. That is theoretically for the cows only enough food for 12 days. And we are on day 19 now. We got a couple rainy days in there, so that takes them out. So the recovery of the grass has helped a little, but not a ton. Let's see what's going on over here. This is actually doing better than I thought, but that's a big commitment for space as well, right? To do this, we've actually taken up more space to block the growth of the grass. All right, do we have grass? I have another experiment I want to run. Let's see if we've got a good spot to do it. Might do it down there. Actually, we could do it over here. This will be good. All right, so let's go ahead and build ourselves another coop. And we're just going to do just a small coop. Let's populate this one. We'll put... Can I put an asterisk or a pound sign in there? Can. Alright, this will designate these for a little bit different experiment. So we're gonna let these guys, actually we'll probably even go down here and pet these. I want to get their mood up. And then we're going to lock them outside. I know it sounds cruel, but we want to see what that does to the animals. Alright, it should be all of them. Yep. Alright. Let's come up here. We're going to do a couple of things up here. These guys, we are going to go ahead and put in the grabber and the petter. So we'll get some free mood from that. It's 50% of the manual petting, but... And then we're going to let these guys out to eat. They won't eat today, but... Alright, what are they up to? Killed 3 of those bottom tiles now. Oh, rainy day. That'll help grass. Down to 120 there. So again, you can see the recovery kicking in. This was good recovery on this field. That filled in nicely. Decent. Look at that. Actually, that one did really well. And we got growth there, there, and there. So the 3 of the 4 actually got growth. A little bit there, a little bit there. That looks pretty good. This is probably recovered some, but this did pretty well as well. Yes, it will. So ostrich, any barn animal eats a full tile of green grass a day. So it is their profit is higher. You know, you just have to feed them more. Now, it's one of those things that I wouldn't worry too much about. Like if you have enough, if you're just feeding them hay, they eat the same amount of hay. So it's only in the grazing. And if you want to take advantage of essentially air quote free food, then it really makes a difference. Okay, so we are starting week 4. So we're 3 weeks in. So 21 days. We had 12 days worth of food in grass available. We've had, let's call it 4 rainy days. So if you take out those rainy days where they ate hay, we've produced at least 3, 4, at least 5 days worth, and we're still not through, right? They're getting close on this one though. Yeah, because they're barn animals. Anything out of a barn. So it's not necessarily per animal. It's just, is it a barn animal or a coop animal? The next experiment we're going to do is, we'll do a bluegrass versus green grass version. Probably should have set that up. I just didn't want to set up yet another field. We'll reuse some of these. All right, so our rainy recovery helped this one a bit. We still haven't finished up that bottom one. So, but again, 12, 24, 36, 48. That'll only be... Actually, it's more than that. No, it's 12. Yeah, 12 and 12. And then 10 and 10. So 12, 24. So 44 pre-planted here. Compared to 16 here. This is probably doing as well, if not a little better. That's down to 1 tile at the bottom. Yeah, this is arguably doing better because, again, if each square has a percentage chance, it's just more chances. Looks like Ohio. Nice. This one might not last much longer. I have a feeling this field's about to die out here. But it might make it through the month. It's going to be close. We got a rainy day. Oh, it's got a chance. It's got a chance. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11. I think this field has about one more day left in it. But compare that to 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 7, 28, 29, 30, 2, 3, 4, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 5, 46, 7, 48, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56. We'll call it 56-ish. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So by giving up the 16, we have 11 tiles of grass left here. We've got 56 here. And that is 100% based off of the regrowth of every night and on rainy days and stuff like that. If we go over to our other one, we've got 12, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. We'll count that as a 28. 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39. Add those together. We'll call this 40. So with all of this regrowth, we've got 40 tiles left. And I'm only doing the cows, and with no system in place here, we've got 11. And with our grid system, we have 56. This might be my new spacing. On my Joja farm, I spaced them out a little bit farther, but this is basically repopulating the squares. Now, if you really wanted to get crazy, you could build these diagonals, but then you couldn't move through the field. So I don't think you're going to get much better than this. You could potentially do an offset. Like you could, if you put this one, let's try this real quick. I don't know if it's going to work. Like if you regrew, all right, so that one's going to do here, 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 and here, right? So to get to that one, I'd have to put grass there. So that would get that corner. Then this one, we go there, 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 and there. I'm still going to miss that one. So I get that diagonal. To get that diagonal, I'd have to put one there, but that would be a blockage. I suppose you could do something like that if you built an offset into the system. Now what you have is this one is going to regrow. Oh, where's my hoe? That one's going to regrow there, 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 and there. This one will regrow there, 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 and there. This one will be there, 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 and there. This one would be... I think you're gonna end up putting in and giving up more spots, right? Because you're like this grid wouldn't be the same as our 16 grid because there's only one space this way and this way. But you would account for more regrowth tiles that way. But I don't know if giving that up is worth it, right? Because every time you put a fence post in, that is grass that cannot be eaten. That's protected. So it takes it out. So of the 144 here, we have 16. But if I moved all that up one, we're going to be like, it'd be 1, 2, 3. We'll call it 4 more rows. So 4, 8. So that would take out 32 if you build it this way. So you give up 32 squares. Are you going to gain regrowth enough to make up that difference? I don't know. That'd be a bigger experiment we could potentially do, but I don't know if we're gonna have time today because we still want to play around with the bluegrass a little bit. Look at that field. Look at this recovery. This field for chickens, I think would make it through the year. Right? We're almost at the end of the first season, and they have done well. So the lack of eating there is definitely helping us. That one's doing okay. Even this one's doing okay. This one I think is going to be done today. There's one spot left, and the other cows are blocking it. They're like, you can't eat the grass. This is our grass. Will somebody get it? Is there going to be an unhappy cow there? Alright, these guys will even... Oh, they're grumpy because we didn't feed them in the rain. That's my fault. Let's fix that. So this coop doesn't auto feed yet because it's a small coop. Alright, so what's there? Yeah, they're grumpy, but friendly, right? They're the auto petter. Everything is gaining them. Okay, well, it survived. This field lives to go another day. So this field almost made it a month. So the rain days got us to the 24th. So the regrowth, slow regrowth, and the rain days got us to the 24th on that field. All right, who's going to get to it first? The race is on. Gone. All right, this field is done. So just comparing these two fields, you can see the difference. By reserving some spots that will not be eaten, it allows the repopulation of the grass to help us, right? It keeps things flowing. This one's done okay. And then chickens are doing amazing. Checking on these guys. See, already happy. Really happy. So their mood is already back to 100%. So the one day that we forgot to feed them has been... This one's going for a walk over here. We have been forgiven of our transgressions. There. Now these guys... We're going to keep an eye on their happiness because they are now going to go and they'll still eat, right? They're going to eat hay. So it's not like we're going to starve them, but there's no grass outside for them to eat anymore. Oh, and this is actually kind of cool that it rained on this day because this field is now empty. There's no regrowth left, right? It just is what it is. Let's go ahead and go down and check in on this coop. Getting a little bit more petting in. Oh, there we go. So we're almost a half a heart in on these guys already, mostly due to the auto petter. We petted them on a couple of days, but all right, we have 2 more days. Now these cows over here, 100%, really happy. These cows down to fine, 55%. So now you're looking at that 30 to 200 range. 2 days of not eating grass has already kicked that down. These guys, 100%. And these ones up here. Just hating life. They have produced an egg. I think we put one in there, maybe. No, they've produced 2 eggs. We picked up one off the ground. So this coop, there is a low chance that even this upset, they'll produce something, but it's pretty low. These guys, still producing only small eggs. So the happiness, the friendship level on those are keeping us from getting the large eggs. Right? Because their friendship is just not growing. Same thing here, no large eggs. And that's because we're ignoring them. Right? They're basically just always staying at 0. Again, based off the numbers, if once you get them to 2 hearts, then if you ignore them, they will slowly gain. But below 2, they actually mostly break even. They actually technically lose 2 a day. They gain 8 and lose 10. So, all right, we'll do a little manual friendship on these guys. So they're getting the best of all worlds, right? All right, one more day. So they are grumpy, not fed, hasn't been petted, not eating grass. So you can see grass will help you maintain that mood. And at 2 hearts, it will also maintain friendship. So that's the difference. Now, once you get them, you know, once you get an auto petter and some of that other stuff, you can maintain different ways. But early on, maintaining your fields so that things are, they'll continue to eat the grass is a big help as far as maintaining the relationships on the animals. Again, this is, I think, it would make it the whole year. This one made it through the month, so it did populate. I don't know if it's got maybe another 2 weeks left in it, but it technically made it through the month. This one, I don't think would make it the year. This would be close to making it through summer, I think. This one's doing pretty well here. Okay, let's see. Let's check to see if anybody is Dread streaming tonight. I haven't seen Dread tonight. See if there's anything scheduled. Don't see anything scheduled yet. We'll keep an eye on it. All right, so the next experiment I want to do, I'm wondering, well, we've established this field is going to be devastated. So let's build the grid system out of this one. But we'll do it with bluegrass, and we'll see the difference between bluegrass and green grass. All right, so what we need to happen is we need our animals to go inside. So we'll just do a little bit of time warping here. Time is fleeting. You can see their pathfinding kicking in as they all look for the door. All right, let's just see if that gets them all inside. Nope, not quite. Alright, well these guys are inside, so let's go ahead and I'm gonna get this field replanted. Actually, I'm gonna go ahead and just clear. Nope, no, I don't want to clear it. I think we got them all. I don't think there were any partials. If I clear it, we're gonna have to put the post back down, and I don't want to do that. Alright, let's go out and back in. Hopefully those cows will quit wandering around. There we go. Alright, then this field... we'll plant out with bluegrass. And same thing. We're going to go ahead and... since we've established our best bet is to... put the posts in. Right, that worked the best for us. Alright, 1, 2. 1, 2. 2. 2. 2. That one doesn't look right. There we go. 2. 2. Nope. Okay. So now we have a setup of a green version and a blue version. Do we want to do the same thing over here? Oh, that's going to cause a problem. Okay, we'll fix that in a second. Alright, let's get them to all go back inside. Everybody back inside. And what we'll do is just close the doors. That way they can't come back out. Okay. Do it over here as well. I don't know what we're going to do with this one. Might just leave it. See how it does for another month. Okay, so time now. Take that field out. Make that a bluegrass field. Make that a green grass field. All right. So same thing here. Let's go ahead and get 1, 2, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Two. Okay. So what we now have, we have a chicken bluegrass field, a chicken greengrass field, a cow bluegrass field that we need to fix. Let's see if I can... Yeah, there's an issue up here, so we're going to have to do a little bit of fixing here. And then... There we go. Okay, I think that's all put back together. So now what we're going to look at is how much does green and blue make a difference on consumption rates. We've got all of these set up in our, right now what's our optimal system, right? It's growing back the most, and we'll see what difference that makes. This group, unfortunately, we are going to lock out of their coop. So we're going to track a couple of things here. First off, they're up to half a heart, right? So these guys have gained friendship. Actually, let's get a full heart going on these guys before we devastate their mood. So we are going to just go back and start spring over again. I think our parameters are all set here. Oh, do we want to do anything with this one? Let's do a weirdness here. Let's do a mix. Let's say we have a mix of grass. Let's see what happens. We'll put in some blue. Put in some green. I don't know if this would ever naturally happen, but... Alright, let's tractor up and put the rest in with... There we go. Oops. We got like a mix now of green and blue in that field. I don't know if that's going to show anything or not, but it's something different. I am going to evict them. Yep. I'm going to lock them out of their coop. Once they get to 1 heart, we're going to get 200 points of friendship and then lock them out of their house. Which seems wrong, but... Okay. Let's go ahead. Before we start this one, let's take a quick break. We'll come back. We'll re-roll the time and open up the doors and see what happens. I'll be right back. All right. Welcome back, everybody. What better way to come back to a stream than with a pirate-themed chicken rave? Before we rave, though, let's go ahead and... Oh, let's see. I need to turn those off. Let's give a shout out to our channel members. We do appreciate you guys for supporting the channel. Makes a huge difference. Thank you to Nancy and Victus, Adara, Lydia, Wally, Zach, Debbie, Jojo, Lux, and Professor H. Thanks to Lux, Lydia, Nancy, and Victus for gifting memberships as well. All of these fine folks have gotten a free month of membership courtesy of those wonderful supporters. So thank you guys so much. We do appreciate your support. Now on to some raving action. Let's see. Turn that back on. Nope. Turn that back off. Turn that back on. Put that over there. Some of these buttons I need to rework, I think, a little bit. All right. You guys know the drill. We do chicken rave. Crazily appropriate given the context of what we're doing tonight. But we like to celebrate accomplishments, in-game accomplishments, out-of-game accomplishments, real-life accomplishments, channel accomplishments, also your guys' accomplishments. If anybody in the community gets something really cool that happens, we celebrate those as well. For this one, though, it's 20 likes, so thank you guys so much. The likes help the channel, helps the algorithm find us, and that makes a big difference on growth and success of what we're trying to do here. And that is to build a vibrant and positive community around gaming, mostly Stardew Valley. We'll see if anything else comes in down the road, but all right, if we're gonna chicken rave, let's go all in on the chicken rave. Let's hear it, Sam. I'm gonna crank my headphones up. It gets better every time I hear it. All right. Thank you guys so much. Sincerely, it makes a huge difference to what we're trying to accomplish here, and I do appreciate it. All right, let's turn that back on, turn that back on. Turn these back down. Okay, it's Monday the 1st. Let's go ahead and sleep. And let's open stuff up here. All right, good luck. Here we go. All right, we'll try to get these ones nice and happy. 43 more points. So another day or two and they should be maxed out. So what's the difference between bluegrass and green grass? One, bluegrass only grows naturally on one farm. That's the Meadowlands farm. It is a recipe that you can get from the Walnut Room. So it's kind of an in-game thing. So unless you have the Meadowlands farm, you're not starting with bluegrass. Now, the bluegrass basically cuts in half the consumption rate. So for a chicken or a coop animal of any kind, they are going to eat half a tile or 2 tufts of grass per day. So over here, they're going to eat 1/4 of a tile or 1 tuft of bluegrass per day. Come over here to our barn animals. They eat 4 tufts of grass per day, so 1 full tile. Over here, they're going to eat 2, so half a tile. So you can already see the difference, right? If we look here, we've got a square there, probably 3-4 squares that are eaten here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You can just see how much more they've cleaned it out. There's 2 over there, and that's just due to the consumption rate. Also, something that we're going to keep an eye on. See if I can find the exact numbers. Eating grass outside is +8 for friendship. It's +16 for the bluegrass version. So theoretically, what we should pick up here... Oh, I accidentally clicked on that. Notice this one is 184. This one's 192, right? So we should see a growth in friendship just from the bluegrass. I'm going to try not to accidentally pet the animals anymore. So, all right. Let's go ahead and get some sleep. Hey, what a recovery day. It's raining. Well, this will allow us to actually look at the field. So over here, with the recovery, I think we're missing 1 tuft right there, I would guess. But essentially, we've got 3 tiles. Over here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, some recovery, 6, 7 tiles. This is about the same. Good regrowth on that field. Probably 1 and 2 over here. 1 and 2 over there. So early rain helping us out there. But we want the chickens and cows to eat. No more rain. Let's go. All right, here they come. Out to devastate the environment. You can already see a huge difference, but we'll let them keep chomping on that chewy, yummy bluegrass. Let's check on these ladies. 12 more points. So tomorrow they should have their first heart of friendship. Let's check on these. They should just still be hating life up here. Pepe looks grumpy. Wasn't fed, hasn't been petted. 0 hearts. 200 is a full heart. No happiness. They haven't laid any more eggs. They just are in full neglect mode now. I have no idea what's going to happen there. We'll see. You can see how much, this is like 2, we didn't replant anything down here, right? So this is only 4 chickens, so they're not eating as much. So keep in mind, all the numbers we're quoting are per animal, right? So if you build a field like this in with 4 animals instead of 12, it's going to make it probably through the whole year, even without the posts in. So kind of keep that in mind as well. If we did this test with the posts, they might not ever get down below here just because it would regrow almost as fast as it would, as they would eat it. Like on the chickens, you're looking at 4 animals that only eat 2 tiles a day. And if those 2 tiles half repopulate, you'd barely lose any. We purposely put 12 in just to stress the system. All right, we want to push this as far as we can. All right. Well, with the rain days, we're already on Friday. All right, these guys should be... There we go. So we got our first heart of friendship. I don't know where the fourth one's at. Let's see, are they all still there? Jekmo. 2, 3, 4. Yeah, they're all still there. Jekmo. Bisu. Oh, there the other one is. Okay. So, on this one, what we're going to do is we're going to close the coop. They cannot go back inside now. Which means they're going to be stuck outside technically overnight. Now, we'll see if going to bed during the morning has an impact, but theoretically, they should not be happy about it. Plus, the auto petter is not going to work anymore either. So let's see what happens. Alright. Try not to pet them if we can help it. Okay, they stayed even. Was left outside with the door closed last night. She's grumpy. The mood has crashed, though. We'll see. I don't think she's eaten yet. Okay, so it's not looking like if the happiness is linked to the mood. Are they still eating? Let's let them make sure they get their fill. We're not getting an increase there. Full happiness there. 172. Okay, so here we're starting to see a difference. So if we look here, they went back to 200 overnight and then ate the grass and got their 8 points of friendship, which got them to 192. These guys are at 172, so they're slowly gaining friendship now. Even at 100%, we're ignoring them, right? So bluegrass, consuming slower, also building us a little bit of friendship. Now over here, we might get, there's a 192, there's a 180, a 188. So this one is just kind of random. Did the cow get into some bluegrass or not? There was a 192 there. So this one has not, Wumbus here hasn't eaten any bluegrass. That one's eaten some, that one's eaten more. So it's just coincidental. That one's eaten none. So we've got a little bit of a mixed bag going on over there. All right, let's get through our first week here. We'll take a look and see what happens. All right, their mood is crashing and crashing hard. We're down to 198. I think we're starting to lose friendship now. Yeah, it's not looking good. These guys still are control group at 192. We've got 164. That must be the one we accidentally petted, I'm going to guess. 166, 164, 164. A little bit of variance. So there's a chance that some of them were just not waiting long enough. I'm trying to give it an hour. Maybe some of them just aren't getting to the food in that time. 166, 166, 66. That seems to be the standard. Alright, then what's going on with these over here? 192. Wumbus is still yet to eat any bluegrass. Some of them are getting it. There's a 190, 182. So we're getting some variance depending on what they ate on those guys. Now, so far, it would appear, yeah, we still have 4 chickens. So another thing that can happen is if you lock your pets outside, let's find it here. Animals trapped outside. Animals that go outside normally return. Exact conditions, yada yada yada. If it rains the next day. Wild animal attacks. If an animal has been trapped outside with the barn or coop doors closed, there's a chance they'll be attacked by wild animals during the night. After the player goes to sleep, any events that will happen during the night, such as bundle events, are calculated as normal. I've never had this happen, but it is a possibility. So we'll see if we can trigger that as well. Also, in all of my, I tend to have my, I think, coops and barns usually pretty full, but I've only ever had 1 live birth, which isn't something that I have had happen a lot. But theoretically, your animals can also repopulate themselves. All right, what's going on with you down here now, ladies? Okay, we're down to 7. So we're actually losing friendships slowly. So again, what's happening is that one's at 15. That one's at 7. That one's at 7. We should be losing. I don't think we're losing as much for the nighttime thing. Let's see if we can make that happen. Let's see, left outside, mood, fed, slept outside, half of current mood. Minus 20 calculated at the end of the day. Okay, so let's do this. Let's go ahead and let's push time forward. So now they're going to try to go inside. We'll come back. All these animals should have gone inside. They did. Oh, did they go inside? Oh, that's a little bit... I'm going to call that broken. They shouldn't have been able to get inside. Interesting. So you can only trap them outside if they're outside when you go to bed? Okay, we'll have to play around with that a little bit. That's not what I expected. But they should be losing 20 a day from being trapped outside. Gaining back 8. But that was weird. Alright, we'll give them a little bit of time to go outside. Okay, so do a little comparison here. You can see same pattern as we were seeing before, but with the bluegrass, it's just less is being eaten. Especially here with the chickens. They're barely touching this stuff. Okay, I see 4 chickens outside. Alright, let's do this. Let's go ahead and let them go for a little bit. Yeah, I've never had it happen. I usually just leave my doors open so they can go in whenever they want. It might be. Welcome to the stream. Is that an N? Luna Rules. That's the first time I remember you chatting. Oops. Not that button. There, where's my blue chicken button? There's my blue chicken button. Welcome to the stream. Glad to have you. Now again, it also might be because we're manipulating time strangely. That will do some broken stuff to it. So let's do this. Let's move our time to... I think 5 o'clock is when they start to try to go inside. So we'll set that to 4:40. See if we can get it to trigger. So right now, See, they gained mood because we put them back inside. They got auto-petted. Okay, there we go. Snart 2 has lost... They're 1 heart away. Or 1 point away from their first heart. 21. Okay, 5 o'clock. I do believe... Yeah, there we go. So now the animals are going inside. These ones can't, theoretically. And they all made it in. They will eventually go to sleep outside. I think it's 7. Alright, they're all in, tucked in, tucked in, tucked in. Okay. All those animals made it inside. Looking thin. That's on you. You're literally standing in food. Not quite literally, but... we probably should fix this, though. Just in case we want to do anything with it. Okay. While time's a-ticking away here, let's go check on these ones. They are upset. Rightfully so. Yeah, they haven't laid any more eggs, so... Any eggs we got out earlier, that's kind of dead. Let's see. This group... Still all small. Again, because our friendship never gets above 192. During the day, it pops up to 192. At night, it drops back down to 0. So it goes up to 8, down to 0. Every day. That cycle just completes over and over and over again. This group, on the other hand, because they're eating the bluegrass, have made about 1/4 of a heart of friendship. Now, again, we're doing this isolating variables. Obviously, if we were petting them, milking them, put an auto petter in, we could build friendship faster. But what we're trying to do is isolate the variable of just the feeding component. Yeah, 170, 170. There's a 154. Yeah, I feel like some of these guys either didn't eat or I'm not sure what's going on. All right, let's see if our chickens... Nope, because I ran in and out of the buildings and reloaded the level, they did go inside. So we're going to have to just wait that out. Let's take that out. All right, we'll let them go back outside again. Rainy day, nothing's going to happen, except we'll get some regrowth. Alright, we do need to pop down here. These chickens might want to eat. Although I should just not feed them, make them grumpy, but... Alright, let's check the fields. So again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 squares, which is 6 squares would be 1 day of eating for the chickens. This is almost repopulating as fast as they're eating it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14. About half. That makes sense. We've got 1, 2, 3. I'm not going to count that one. 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. We'll call that 14. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 5 to 6 to 7 to 8 to 9, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34-ish. They've really devastated that field. Alright, see if we can get our animals to go outside. Doesn't rain every day. There they go. Back outside, everybody. You two little lady chickens. There we go. Alright, they seem to have gained mood again. Okay, we'll leave them outside for a while. Maybe the game's just changed a little bit as well. Possibly. I don't know. Yeah, so there is, I don't know, call it, it's glitch. I don't know what you would call it. There's code in the game that is trying to deal with a glitch, I think. And the glitch is if you are on your farm at 5 o'clock and the animals try to go inside, and I think they'll try to go inside until about 7. If they, for whatever reason, the pathfinding or whatever doesn't get them inside, the game doesn't want to punish you because of that. So what it does is if you leave and come back, if the animal should have went inside, it just puts it back into the coop or the whatever. So we'll do a couple of experiments today. We'll make sure everybody eats here. Then we'll fast forward time and we'll run around here for 2 hours, from 5 o'clock to 7. And then when these go to sleep, we'll see if that makes a difference. But so that's what's happening though, is the code is kicking in, the anti-glitch code, to protect you from, like, in general, you don't want to punish your player for something that the game did wrong, right? Now, if you left your animals outside and locked the door, sure, you should be punished for that, but okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Everybody should have eaten by now. We'll go ahead and just pretend it was a great day. Pop this up to 440. So 5 o'clock should trigger all the animals to go inside. Their door is closed. All right, here they go. Inside they all go. Yeah, I've had animals do that, get glitched out or whatever, and they fall asleep outside because you're working on your farm or whatever. And their pathfinding couldn't get them to the door. Especially if they wander, if you don't put them in fences like this, if they wander a long ways away, sometimes they won't make it back, right? Okay. So they're all in. These ones are just wandering about. There's 1, 2, 3. Should be a 4th one somewhere. Might be down. Oh, there's 1 there. There's 2. There's 3. Maybe did I close the door before they came outside? Don't matter. They could have wandered a long ways away. Let's see. I saw them. Oh, that's our dog. Okay. That would have been crazy if the chicken got all the way up there. All right, 7 o'clock. You guys asleep yet? Go to sleep. Go to sleep. You are getting sleepy. You want to sleep. Sleep, little chicken. You two, go to sleep. There they go. Okay, 8 o'clock. So 8 o'clock they go to sleep. So now let's see. I didn't take a big hit yet. But, alright, so Snartu's at 13 points. Jekamu's at 41. Kumba. I don't know where the other one's at. Jekamu. Besu. Not sure where Besu is. Might be inside. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to go to bed, not come back outside. Because if we go back outside, that might trigger that auto repopulation code. Alright, let's pop back out here now and see if they're still outside. Okay, they stayed outside last night. At least 3 of them did. Kumba's at 23. Jekamu's at 51. Snartu's at 23. I don't think we're taking the... It recognizes it, right? Like, the game's kicking in, left outside with the door closed, grumpy, not happy. Yeah, this one wasn't fed, but notice this chicken. They're at 71 to the next level. No? I don't think it's having a big effect, honestly. Okay, let's let you out. Come outside. They're like, no, you're going to close the door. I don't want to be outside. Come on. Come outside. Don't be afraid. There you go. Crash. Okay, 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock is the magic time. Let's check in on our progress. Again, same pattern that we saw before, but you're seeing the difference in bluegrass. Over here on the chickens especially. I'm going to say this will easily make it through a year. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 16, 32, 48 tiles for a whole season probably. Something like that. Alright, well let's try it this way then. Now let's go with 8 o'clock is when they go to sleep, so. Let's see if these fall asleep outside before they get back. Those are asleep. I think these are still trying to get home. Okay, see how that one played the sleep animation but still made it. That one's playing the sleep animation. Oh. Still kicked in. Okay, so they did make it. Alright, everybody made it home. These guys, unfortunately, are still outside. Okay, so let's get ourselves a... Besu's at 63. That's the one that we left inside. 23. 23. Okay. Jekamu at 51 points. Or 51 till the next level. Let's see if we can get that to trigger. Jekamu. Let's go find Jekamu. Okay, they lost 10. So, let's see if we can figure out the math on this. Trapped outside overnight, minus 20. Not pet or talk to, minus 10. That'd be minus 30. But if they ate grass, that's plus 8. Well, actually, they do have some friendship, so they're not losing the full 10. So, So yeah, I think it is kicking in. I think being left outside is... They're slowly losing friendship. Whereas these guys are basically just treading water. These guys, 172, 149. There's definitely some differences in there. Alright, let's go check the chickens. What are you guys doing? 172, 172. Oh, part of that, you know what? The rain days probably hurt us a bit there as well. Lock them all out. Yeah, so... So yeah, the way the calculation works, the wild animals attack anyway, is it's like everything in the game, really. Let's see. Does it say here? Wild animals attack. There we go. So for each building, the game takes the random number between 0 and 1 and compares it to 1, the number of total farm buildings. If the random number is larger, the building is ignored. In other words, the more buildings the player has, the less likely that one will be attacked. For example, if the player has 2 farm buildings, each building has a 50% chance of being attacked. 3 buildings is 33, 4 would be 25% chance, and so on. Once the building has been chosen, the event will take the first animal stuck outside from the building to the target. The animal will be removed from the game in the morning. All the other animals in the mood message say animal name looks stressed and paranoid. So basically, because I have so many, if you wanted to get an animal attack, your best bet would be to only have 1 building. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you're looking at about a 16% chance that the bottom coop even gets selected for the attack. So yeah, it's probably not going to happen. So what are we seeing? Obviously we're seeing a difference in consumption rate, right? You can see just how much this has been used up compared to this one. We're also seeing that the bluegrass is slowly allowing friendship to build. So if you can, again, the Meadowlands farm is the only farm you're going to start with the bluegrass. So it's not really a choice, you know, that you could make unless you're doing on that one. Now, when I was on that farm, though, what I did is I cleaned out the patches of green so that the blue would expand, and tried to build full fields of blue, because I didn't have access to make it myself, so I needed to take full advantage of the natural spawning on the Meadowlands farm. If you're not on the Meadowlands, you're kind of going to have to start with green. But again, even our 12 by 12 pin here can keep, with the fence posts in place, a 12 by 12 pin can keep a full barn at least fed for a season, and that's not too bad. Now if you didn't pen them in, you can see how much this grass is spread, right? So you could just, again, move like if you put the barn up here, let them eat this grass, and then 2 weeks in, just move the barn over here, and then 2 more weeks, you know, you come in here and you're like, well, let's just move the barn down here. And so then you could use up the grass in an area and then let it recover in the other areas. You don't have to get this crazy and elaborate. So, all right, so that's 2 weeks in. I say, yeah, we'll keep these guys locked outside. See if anything happens. let's start week 3. Yeah, I've never had it happen. I've got quite a number of days playing. I almost want to build a way to do it, but we could start a new farm and just see if we could get a wild animal attack. Okay, they're still all outside. 43. What was it? Jekama? Yeah, that's definitely going down. Now again, they are eating, so they're gaining 8 points of friendship back. If we really wanted to upset them, let's do this. Let's see if we can really upset these chickens. There we go. Can we... Yeah, we'll put a gate there. I didn't think my day would be what can I do to torture chickens, but here we are. Not really torture. It's not quite the right word, but okay. That should isolate our chickens. What are you gonna do now, chickens? Where's Jekamo? 71 points. Alright, they should have all gotten their fill on. Well, they're still outside. So they lost 10. That's Jekamo, right? Yeah, Jekamo. They were at 71, now they're 81. Alright, outside. Everybody outside. Okay, so one of the parameters we were testing here is, again, the difference between the blue and the green. You can definitely see the consumption rates are much less. Even this one, we'll say we've got 2, 3, 4. We got 5 rows left at the bottom there. This one's 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So you can see even the addition of a little bit of bluegrass in here has made a difference on that field. Alright, let's go ahead and put our animals to sleep. Five o'clock is about to hit. 5 o'clock chickens, 5 o'clock cows. Everybody go home. Doink, 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 doink. Go to sleep. So a technique that I use sometimes, just because it's easy to do, if I'm trying to fill up my silo, what I'll do is I'll come down here and we'll cut ourselves a row, right? Now the silo's full now, but that's fine. So I'll cut out a row like this. And then I'll come up 1, 2, 3. And this will cut out another section, but it leaves one single row of grass. All right, then we'll come up 1, 2, 3. And I'll just leave these rows in. And the reason we do that is for that regrowth. So if I'm making hay, you know, now the other thing I'd want to do is make sure that we had a silo and stuff. So something you can do, a technique that I'll use sometimes. Let's say you need to pull hay out of your silo, right? You're trying to pull hay out like this. It'll only work if this is empty, right? So now I can't pull hay out. So just as a little tip, if you just go get a bomb of some kind. We'll just place that bomb. You can blow up some of your hay. Now you can pull hay back out of the silo again. So that works. So what you can do is you can pull all the hay out. Then you go back outside. You cut another row, fill up your silo, come back in, pull all the hay out, come back out. And then what you can do is you can just... Oh, I messed it up though. Because we went inside, we re-triggered the ability for them to go back inside. So... And we did that after 8 o'clock. So that's... I don't know. Whether your door's closed or not, they seem to be able to get back inside. Hey, Wally, how you doing? Alright, we'll let them back outside tomorrow. Alright. Time to sleep. Good to hear, good to hear. Alright, where's Giacomo? You guys all standing on top of each other? Nope, just haven't come out yet. There's Snartu. Snartu went back inside. They're like, there's no food out here. Snartu, Kumba, Besu, come out, Giacomo, Giacomo. Come out, wherever you are. Giacomo's like, dude, you're just gonna close the door if I come outside. Ah, there you go. Haha. Alright, let's go check on the mixed field. It's doing actually better than I thought. So I suppose if you only had access to, let's say, a little bit of bluegrass, you could mix it in that way. Don't know. Okay, so down here we can start to see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, maybe 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. You can see the regrowth starting to happen, right? And so throughout a season, every couple weeks, this will probably fill in. If you're trying to get grass regrowth. Okay, 7:40. I'm sure everybody has eaten. Everybody go home. 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock cows, 5 o'clock chickens. as if they're programmed. You can do it. You can make it. I don't know where that guy was going. He went over and touched that fence. Thought he was gonna go over and touch that fence. Back, I don't know what your deal is. There you go. You made it. Leche. You can make it, Leche. Alright. Everybody's inside except for you guys. So let's go ahead and get you to go to sleep. Go to sleep, little chickens. There we go. Sleepy, sleepy. Wasn't fed. Hasn't been petted. Oh, at least they're not complaining about being locked outside. What about you guys? Wasn't fed. Hasn't been petted. Alright, as long as we don't go outside, I don't think they'll respawn back in their coop. Yep, still outside. Okay. Giacomo. Yeah, their friendship is starting to tumble. Left outside, hasn't been petted. At least they're not complaining about food now. All right. Everybody eat. Now you can leave and come back and they'll stay outside. At least they should. Did we lose one? No. It's just when that sleep code kicks in, there seems to be an issue. One, two, oh, there's the other one, 3 and 4. Okay. Alright, let's check in on the friendship of the chickens and cows that are eating the bluegrass. 148, 125. 125 is the best I've seen. Go check the chickens. 148. All right, so the bluegrass has accounted for in the first couple of weeks here, not counting the days they spend outside in the rain, inside in the rain, which will backslide a little bit. It has accounted for about 1/4 of a heart of friendship. Now their mood is fine. Their mood is maxed out. And again, if we were petting them, that would be that much friendship in addition to the petting friendship, right? So there is a gain there. If you do have access to bluegrass, let's say later in the game and you add more animals, you can see this is starting to grow in. You know, again, we just started with these 2 rows and you can see the expansion there. These ones still don't like us, I'm sure. All right, let's go ahead and we'll give everybody an hour to get into their buildings. They should be able to make it. Hey, welcome to the stream. Thanks for swinging in. Thanks for saying hi. I don't recognize your username, so if you've been here before, welcome back. If not, glad that you found us. Are you a Stardew player? And if so, what's your latest Stardew accomplishment? What are you proud of? Go inside. Go inside. You go inside. You made it. Are you gonna make it? You made it. Alright, they all made it. These ones are gonna sleep outside again. Alright, where's Giacomo? 121. And is Giacomo asleep? Come on, Giacomo. Yep. Alright, Giacomo's asleep. Go to sleep ourselves. Alright, where are you at, buddy? Oh, I don't remember. What was Giacomo at? Giacomo's at 121. And now Giacomo's at 151. So Giacomo lost 30 points of friendship last night. That's gonna compute, I think. Let's see, friendship. Oh, got to the horse. That's not what we're looking for. Mood, there we go. Friendship. Not fed, minus 20. Trapped outside, minus 20. Not pecked, minus 10. So 24 days. Should have lost 50. Now, maybe it's because I'm just going to bed early and it's not triggering at midnight. I don't know. Let's try that. We'll see if we can trigger it at midnight as well. Okay, so Giacomo's at 151. All right, we'll let all the other ones eat. Get their fill. $142, $142. Yeah, it's just slowly ticking away. Slowly making friendship. Oh, very cool. Well, this is a one-off farm. This isn't the superhero farm. In this one, we're just testing the feeding system, playing around with the animals, seeing what they do. These ones hate us because we locked them in. Oh, we did get a couple of eggs, though. So even at their absolute zero mood, zero friendship, hasn't been fed, we've still gotten... I don't know. We had 3 in here a few weeks ago. So we've gotten 2. Not reliable by any means, but... let's check to see if... I don't think the green grass ones will have given us a large egg. I can't imagine. Yep, still everything's small there. We are gaining friendship over here, though. So there's an off chance, although very minor... No, we didn't get a large, but we did get 1 silver quality. So what this is because the bluegrass is slowly creeping their friendship up, it finally made the conditions favorable to get us a 1 silver quality egg. And I don't think these guys have done anything. Oh, they actually did quite well. Look at that. A large egg, gold quality eggs, because we did get their friendship up to 1 heart. So you can see the difference, just 1 heart of friendship made, right? When we let these guys inside, they actually do quite well by us. When we lock them outside, not so much, but... Actually, let's do a little experiment here. Do they lay eggs, even if they're trapped outside? Let's clear that auto grabber out. I don't know for sure. Okay, so 8:20. Let's go ahead and trigger all the animals to go home. Everybody go home. Go to sleep. We're getting pretty good spread here. So again, we started off with just that row and that row. And you can see we've probably got, what, 25%? Maybe a third on that one. This one hasn't spread well. That one's doing okay. Again, that's just RNG. RNG kicking in. Alright, they're all inside. They're all inside. Got old Cubby here, who evidently has no idea where the barn is at. Nope, it's not over there. That's not it. That's a post. Try north. Nope, that's also a post. There you go. That might be a good direction to give it a try. Okay. Phase 2. Let's get the animals to go to sleep. Yeah, grass will grow back. The beginning of the stream, we talked through how the respawn rates, the percentages, and all that kind of stuff popped in. So that's what we did over here on purpose, is we removed a bunch of grass to watch it grow back. We also did all of these fields with different patterns of pre-laid down grass and watched how it spread and things like that over time. Okay, these should be asleep now. So then in the next stage of time, let's go ahead and jump ourselves up to midnight and see if that does anything. Where's Jekmu? There you are. Alright, next in 151. What are you walking for? You're asleep. Alright, we hit midnight. Let's see if that does anything. Alright, Jekmu, where you at? Lost 30. Okay, let's see if that math makes sense. Not fed, minus 20. Trapped outside. Calculated day end, minus 20. Not pet, minus 10. That still should be 50. I think the trapped outside is not doing anything. And we haven't gotten a wild animal attack either. Let's test this though. Okay, they didn't lay eggs. That makes sense. That would have been weird if the eggs would have showed up in there. Let's see if our happier chickens. Still just the one. Silver. But none there. And we haven't been milking the cows or anything. So. Let's go ahead and we'll start grabbing milk and see if there's a difference between the bluegrass cows and the green grass cows. Just because of their friendship. 136. A lot of 136s in there. And these guys are going to be at the bottom at 192. Okay. Alright, we'll give them a little bit more time to eat. What are we looking at over here? Actually, some of these guys have done pretty good. Not tearing it up friendship-wise, but doing all right. All right, I'm not going to worry about the outside chickens anymore. That's kind of a... Not much is happening there. Oh, rainy day. Okay, this could do something. Chickens do not... Oh, no, don't go in there. Well, that messed some stuff up. Actually, you know what? We'll just restart the day. We don't want that chicken in that grass. Unacceptable. Let's go this way. That way we don't let any chickens in. There we go. Oops. Walk away from the gate. Walk away from the gate. Nothing to see here. Was left outside last night. Hasn't been petted today. Walk away. Alright, let's go this way then. Oh, Kumbo is bottomed out. That one's bottomed out. Where's... Oh, they all bottomed out now. The rain definitely. They did not like that. Friendship. Not petted. Slept outside. Outside past 7. Outside in the rain or winter. Yeah, that definitely crashed their friendship though. They did not like the rain. Alright, let's go back. Let's get the day. Since our other animals aren't going to do anything. Actually, we can check the... Okay, so we got 1 silver and 11 normals. So their friendship should be a little higher than these guys, which are all normals, right? So that's the difference in the bluegrass friendship. Alright, everybody back outside. And I did the same thing again. It's almost like I think it's Giacomo. I think he's like, I can see that grass. I will get it. Alright, these are now at 0 friendship. We have devastated their lives. Nothing going. Alright, let's do a check-in on grass consumption rates here. Again, you can see the difference between the blue and the green. As far as how much that they have consumed. You can really see the difference over here on the cows. Honestly, the green grass, outside of the extra friendship, for the chickens, this pin would get us through most of the year, I think. The cows definitely not. The cows maybe a season. The bluegrass for the cows, maybe most of a year. So it's a little bit of a difference there. This one's doing a lot better than I thought it would, honestly. This has been the mixed version. Did quite well. Let's see, how far down are we here? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 3 squares there. Oh, did I let them in? Over here. 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, the auto grabber won't give friendship. The auto petter will, though. So I don't have... The only auto petter I have right now isn't being used. Like, I had an auto petter down here. Actually, I took it out, but... So yeah, the grabber will just collect produce. Interesting. This got an egg. I wonder... Let's pull that back out. I wonder if the chicken is close enough to the coop. Is it actually grabbing it? That's kind of weird. The only friendship we're gaining right now is when an animal eats, they gain 8 points of friendship for the green grass. But every day they lose 10 points for not being petted. So they basically stay at a perpetual 8 points of friendship, right? So it's 200 points per heart. So 192 means they have 8. And they just perpetually stay there. Once you cross 200, 400 points of friendship, then the grass would slowly gain friendship. But up until 2 hearts, it won't. The bluegrass ones, though, you'll notice that their number is a lot better. Like, this one has 60 points of friendship. And that's because the bluegrass gives 16 points of friendship, but they're losing 10 a day. So they're gaining essentially 6 a day just from eating the bluegrass. If you put an auto petter in, it gives you basically half the amount you would normally get for petting the animal. And then you can still manually pet them. And then with... I don't know on the cow. Actually, we'll keep an eye on the cow. I don't think this will work. But... you get friendship for milking a cow, but that should be 5 points. I don't think that's kicking in because that should be enough that these guys wouldn't be at 192. They would have gained 8 points for the grass. They gain 13 and lose 10. So yeah, the auto grabbers, from everything I can see and know, do not do anything to friendship. All right, let's go to sleep. Yeah, I could, but right now we're trying to isolate just the effects of grass. And so that's what we've spent all of our time on. Alright, well those chickens are all going to be angry. Again, a rain day is a good day for your fields to recover. But we're going to go ahead and skip it because nothing's really happening. Everybody back outside. I might have that chicken stuck. I think they might be stuck in the gate. Yeah, Giacomo seems to be having issues. Okay, yeah, we're getting eggs even though they're not inside the coop. There's some weird stuff going on down here. But we haven't got an animal attack, so... If I thought there was a way to get that chicken out of there, I would, but I'm just going to leave it. We're just going to ignore that gate. Also, these guys are mad enough. I don't know why they would be actually laying eggs. Yeah, they should be so devastated that... Weird. That's kind of weird. Okay, same check. 1, 2. We're about three rows there. Not much different than this field, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 rows here. You can really start to see the difference now. We're almost a full season in, and the animals here have pretty much... Well, the animals here are pretty much wiped out I don't know, 60% of our field to maybe a 30%, so that 50% consumption rate is really making a difference. Yeah, the consumption rate's probably the biggest perk. It lasts twice as long. I mean, when I say lasts twice as long, they consume half as much. So a rabbit's going to consume half a tile a day of normal grass, and they're going to consume a quarter of a tile a day of bluegrass. So, you know, a week, or let's see, basically they'll eat a tile every 4 days of bluegrass and every 2 days of green grass. So that's the biggest difference. And then if you build it kind of like we have here, because this is repopulating, it's trying to repopulate almost as fast as they're consuming it. Like if you look over here, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yeah, we're like 14 tiles of consumption here in 24 days. Now the rainy days help and stuff like that, but it definitely lasts a lot longer. Makes a huge difference. I did enjoy my Meadowlands playthrough because it starts with bluegrass. And if you are strategic, you can put it to good use. Yeah, I think I've got that one stuck. Alright, did you guys give me another egg? Yeah, I don't know why I'm getting an egg a day in this coop. It really shouldn't be giving us anything. Okay, let's check in on... Okay, we got our first gold. So our first gold quality and our second silver quality, purely because they're eating bluegrass and not green grass. Let's see if any of these have gone crazy and given us a higher quality egg. Nope, no high quality eggs there. And then let's check in on the cows. Okay, we'll come back to that one. They don't want to get out of the way. Don't expect any here. Nope, 16 normal milk. And yeah, we got our first gold milk as well. So the higher quality products are starting to come in now. If you're selling the products directly, that matters. If you're turning them into cheese and mayonnaise, that doesn't really matter. We want the large products, but yeah, for sure. Makes a huge difference. The spacing, like I'll pack my chicken coops in tighter into an area and space my barns out more because they consume so much more. Yeah, the barn consumes twice as much as the chickens. So for normal grass, a chicken is half a tile. For normal grass, or anything in the coop, anything out of a barn, green grass, it's a full tile, and bluegrass, it's a half a tile. Yeah, they're not happy with me. I have a lot of upset animals going on here. And we haven't even checked on the truly neglected chickens up here, who we've done nothing with. Yet they still are giving us eggs every once in a while. Which is kind of funny. Looks sad. Why do you have +5 happiness? What happened to you? Don't know. Maybe they're just entertaining themselves in here now. They're like, well, he's gonna ignore us, so let's just do our own thing. Oh, maybe 5% is the bottom. Yeah, these are all at 5% as well. And again, all these guys up here will be at 100%. Because we haven't done anything extraordinarily evil with them. Alright, so 25th. Let's get through the month. rainy day. So again, you can see the recovery, right? You can see where the grass all grew back. That's recovery, that's recovery. Oh, back to 0. I don't know where their 5% French happiness came from. They were all just like, let's entertain each other and maybe things will get happy. Oh, you know what it might have been? Maybe something kicked in. We had a festival day not too long ago. I wonder if something kicks in because of the festival day. Not sure. Oops, we pet a chicken. Alright, we got another silver, but no more golds. I can't imagine these guys are going to give us anything besides just normals. Nope. And normals, which we would expect. Oh, that one got a free pet. Yeah, gold and 2 silvers. And Giacomo, who's stuck in the gate there. I'd open the gate to let him out, but I'm sure they would go into the grass. So can't be having that. Yeah, I think the festival might have messed up some of that. Oh, another minor gain system, but I find it fascinating, is the animation of running through grass and crops is dynamic, right? The faster you run through, the more they move. So if you look here, you can see they have a little bit of a wiggle. Right, so the grass wiggles back and forth. But if we go through at a really fast speed, you can see how much more it animates. So that's kind of a cool little... So it's procedurally generated, right? It's not a pre-canned animation. It's just linked to the speed controls how much it animates. But given this project, though, we started out with... What? Let's see... Like a row of grass there. Then 1, 2, 3, 4. A row of grass, I think right there, maybe right there. And this has, throughout basically a month, has completely repopulated itself. The difference between, you know, like these fields have animals actively eating it, so it's in competition. The regrowth versus the eating. But again, our bluegrass field's doing quite well. Alright, last day of the season. Well, we didn't get an animal attack. So, I don't know. When I first started playing, I was terrified that my animals were going to get attacked by animals. By wild animals. I've never had it happen. Okay, 1 month in, let's take a look at the differences. So, you can see the amount that the chickens were able to do in a single season compared to the bluegrass, right? A drastic difference, especially for this repopulation setup that we have running. Now, obviously, if we would have done it more like this, you can see how much grass they ate compared to the cows over here. Keep in mind, remember, this one did not keep up with these fields for a performance standpoint. Definitely an improvement here, though. In our first test, the cows ran out of grass without the posts in, right? So you can see just how much we've maintained that regrowth makes a huge difference. But also you can see the difference between the two. That makes a big thing. Yeah, it could be similar. I think it's just a glitch. They can't move. They try to move either direction and they think they're hitting the gate. So, is bluegrass worth it? I think so, if you have access to it. Obviously, if you're on the Meadowlands farm, it's much easier. If you're not, you do have to purchase it, and that's a late game thing. You have to get to the island, you have to get to the walnut room, and things like that. But once you get it set up, it's kind of nice. On our Joja farm, we had 100%. The whole map was basically bluegrass to feed all of our animals. But here you can see the recovery, right? And that's if you also maintain your fields. You know, again, if we come up here and do something similar, where if we come all the way to the top, we'll just cut out so we cut ourselves a clearing. And then what I like to do is, like I said, is 1, 2, 3 tiles down. And then at that, oops, I didn't go quite down far enough. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. It should be right there. No? Maybe it's because I usually come up from the bottom. Let's try it from the bottom. So we clear that out, and then we come up. I'm going to slow my speed down a little bit, just to give us a little more precision. There we go. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. And then what I normally do is I'll just cut out the next section, much like this. So coming down from the top is a little bit different. It's probably the animation. And again, I would probably clear the hay out of my silo and all that kind of stuff. So I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to come up 1, 2, 3 tiles. Get myself onto this tile. And do the same thing. Right? I'm just going to cut the... Now this is if I don't have animals eating this grass. And again, I would clear my silo, make sure that this would populate hay every time. But then by leaving these rows, what we effectively get is the same thing that happened down here. We did that earlier down here, and this is all basically repopulated itself out. So. Yeah, there was 144. We had a gross of chickens on that farm, so. Okay, well, let's go. Let's take a quick break. We'll come back. While we're on break, if there's anything that you guys want to see as far as animals or any questions that you have, feel free to throw them in the chat. But yeah, let's take a quick break and we'll come back and kind of go through the listing that I have, make sure I didn't miss anything. I'll see you all in a couple. All right. Welcome back. Glad to have you with us. So let's take a peek at my list that I was going to try to cover. We did a lot of work on the grass starter, the bluegrass, the spread rate, the consumption rate, and we're really seeing how that plays out, right? Especially here, you can see the difference, but the cows, really, you can see the difference. How much more they eat compared to there. Again, for a cow, it's 1 tile a day, or for anything out of a barn. So cow, pig, sheep, ostrich, goat, they're going to eat 1 tile a day. Anything out of a coop is going to eat half a tile a day. So that's your chickens, your ducks, your rabbits, your dinosaurs, void chickens, golden chickens. Anything I missed? Chickens, ducks, rabbits, dinosaurs. I think it's all of them. And so that is half a tile a day for green grass and a 1/4 tile a day for bluegrass. Let's see. Animals left outside. We didn't really see a big difference there. We weren't able to trigger an animal attack. We're still going to try to do that. We looked at friendship. Again, we did not pet. We didn't milk. We basically just allowed the friendship to calculate purely off of eating the grass. Obviously, in a normal gameplay or a normal playthrough, all of those things are going to combine, right? So the milking, the petting, the eating, the not being locked in, being fed at all those are going to contribute to friendship. But bluegrass will gain friendship from 0 friendship. Green grass will gain friendship once you get to 400 friendship, so 2 hearts. And then at that point, as long as the animals are eating outside, you technically can get away with not petting them because you'll be in equilibrium. The green grass animals would gain, they're going to lose, what did we figure out? Like 7 or 8 a day, but they're going to gain 8 a day. So once you get to that point, it matters. So the more friendship they have, the less they lose by not being interacted with. So that makes a difference. Mood, as long as they're eating grass of any kind, their mood is set to max. And that's going to have an impact because mood and friendship are what determine quality and size for your products. Right, so the silver and gold and the iridium, like you can get on ostrich eggs and stuff like that. And then the mood and the friendship also, if you get a large or a small product. If you're moving your products over to machines, so mayonnaise machines and cheese presses, that's all that really matters. You just want the large versions. The quality doesn't actually matter, but if you're selling them directly, the quality does matter. Lots of things that affect mood and friendship, but they both go into that competition or that calculation. And this is true of like rabbit's feet and duck feathers as well. Friendship and mood, along with daily luck, are what determine that. It maxes out at right around 40%. I think it's 40% for the rabbit's foot, 42% for the duck feather. But it can be as low as, what did I hit? I think they can get down to like 10, depending on if you're at like max friendship or something like that, on those. So it makes a difference. Daily luck makes a huge difference in that though. Large eggs, large milks, we talked about. Housing, food, we've talked about. Trapped outside, we tried. Definitely made them grumpy, but being trapped outside, as long as they ate, they were actually doing okay. Now, obviously, not letting them back into their building means you're not collecting anything off of them, so there'd be no real reason you'd want to do that. Mood and friendship, yeah, okay, I can take a look at that. Let's see, we didn't get a wild animal attack, and we filled up our coops and barns, so nothing there. Okay, so mood and friendship. Mood fluctuates much faster than friendship. So friendship you gain by petting them, milking or shearing if it's a sheep or something like that, and them eating grass. You'll lose friendship if they're not fed, if they're trapped outside, theoretically, not petted or talked to. Mood is more just, have you done anything, or how is their lives going, right? So friendship is kind of a, how much have you done with them? And it's really directly affected. Mood is more just, what kind of happiness do they have? So again, if we go back to the friendship, the things that you can do, auto petters, obviously, things that you can do to impact friendship. The biggest one is the interaction with them. You get plus 15 friendship, by default. If you have one of the perks like Shepherd or Coop Master or something like that, you can get up to 30. And again, milking and sharing give you a 5, but there's no negative to that. This is another area where bluegrass makes a difference. You get 8 points if they're eating normal grass, and 16 points if they're eating bluegrass. But mood, while mood also goes into the calculation, it's a much more dynamic changing scale, right? Friendship is one of those things that you slowly build up. It's based on a scale of 1,000. So 1,000 points of friendship for max. Mood is only a scale of 0 to 255. And there's kind of like the number matters, but there's 3 things that you might see. There's really low, 0 to 30. And then there's a middle, which is like 30 to 200. And the top is 200 to 255. Here is where the grazing your animals makes a huge difference, right? If your animal eats grass outside, it immediately sets their mood to max, 255. So if you're trying to get the best quality products, mood goes into that calculation, right? The calculation for, let's see, that's duck feathers and rabbit's feet. Here we go. For large eggs and milk, the calculation is friendship, so that number, plus mood times a mood modifier. And then you take those two things, and so mood times mood modifier, you add that to friendship and you divide it by 1,200. So if your friendship is like 200 and your mood is 255, mood has a huge impact on that. Now, obviously, as your friendship gets larger, like 1,000, it's less of a factor, but early on, mood makes a huge difference. The mood modifier, I've read about it before. I don't think it ever changes. Let me look, see if I can find it. In their calculation, they have it at a 1.5 here. Let's see. Quality also has a mood. I don't think it ever changes, if I remember right. It was like something that got put in at some point, but okay. So anyway, and then daily luck is also added to that. So luck makes a difference, for rabbit's feet and for, feathers. But for large eggs and large milk, it does not. So the example on the wiki is, let's say you have 600 points of friendship, and you have 210 points of mood, which is lower. If they eat grass, it'd be at 255. But let's say it is 255, right? And then they've got the mood modifier set at 1.5. So that 255 points of mood is going to be 510 just for eating grass. And then you add your friendship to it. So if you're at 2 hearts, that's only 400. So that's a big thing. Now, other things that impact mood. So we talked about obviously the eating grass sets it to 255. So petting, plus 32 to plus 36, depending on the animal type, double if you've got the Shepherd or Coop Master. In the winter, if they're near a heater and their mood is 150 or higher, they'll actually gain mood every 10 minutes. But if they are outside, yeah, there's no penalty for not having a heater. But the heater is kind of trying to replace the eating of grass in a weird way. If they eat at all, +4 to +16. Again, it kind of depends on the animal. If they're outside and they have less than 150 mood, their mood will go back up a little bit. Things that drop mood, if they're outside in the rain, their mood drops every 10 minutes. You know, it's just always ticking, always ticking. If they're out past 7, if they slept outside, not sure we really got that one to happen. Not petted. So if you skip the petting thing, their mood goes down. But again, that's calculated when you sleep. So, and if they're not fed, they lose 100 points of mood. So anyway, if you take those two things as an overall too long didn't read system, friendship is a kind of a long-term, it grows slower, but it also decays slower. Mood is very much a short-term, how do I feel right now, right? So those are kind of those two systems, and they are calculated into almost everything that has to do with animals. Quality, drop rates, all that kind of stuff for those things. So while it's not a direct drop rate per se, right, we've got this control group up here. Over an entire month, we've gotten, I think we had 3 eggs in here when we started. So we've gotten 4 eggs out of these 4 chickens in 28 days. And that is because their mood and friendship is non-existent, right? So if we go back to that calculation, for large eggs, let's see, produce. If an animal has less than 70 mood, there's a chance it will not produce. The lower the mood, the less likely it will produce. The percent chance will still produce is equal to mood divided by 70. And then it gets into large product stuff. So these animals have been at their 0 mood for most of their time, and 0 friendship. So basically, happy chickens, happy cows make good products. Oh, they're going north. I think I freed the chicken. He's free. All right, so let's see. We've got Snartu here, who was 0 friendship or 0 happiness. So right there, so you can see the difference, right? So nope, wait, that's the cow. Where's the chicken? Jekamo. Okay, it hasn't immediately kicked up, but that happiness will just basically max out once they do something here. Eat something. I can't tell if they've eaten yet or not. It's hard to say. We're not going to save today anyway. Okay. While I'm waiting for any other questions, we're going to try something different here. Bad chicken, sad chicken. All right. Crank up a new farm here. Let's get ourselves some tools. Probably won't need anything besides those. Oh, that's done. We'll just clear ourselves a little space here. that's good enough. Alright, let's go ahead and add ourselves a coop. I'm going to pause time here. It's locked. Unacceptable. Alright. Not enough money. How can we not have enough money? So here's what we're going to do. We're just going to put a bunch of chickens in our coop here. And since there's only one building, we're going to see if we can get a wild animal attack to trigger. I've never seen it. I'm curious. Fricks. Is that chicken named Granny? Granny chicken? Oh, I'm about done, so you're not going to miss a ton. This is about it for me as well, I think, tonight. All we're doing, really the only thing we got left here is we're just going to try to see if we can trigger the animal attack event. Have a good one, Lydia. Thanks for swinging by. Get some rest. Cool. I've never seen it. I think all that happens is a message pops up. I don't think you actually see anything. Alright. Coop is full. We need to... We'll pretend maybe the bats attack. Maybe that's what we need. Alright, we need ourselves a silo. Alright. I'm not sure if it matters if they're big chickens or little chickens, so we'll go ahead and get them to mature up here. So we'll do everything in our power to feed them, make them happy. All the normal stuff you would do with your flock. Let's make this a little easier on ourselves. There we go. Guess they can come outside. You know what? Let's let them eat as well. Why not? Before we lock them outside. Enjoy, chickens! Wow, we planted grass on our porch, which is hilarious to me. Woohoo! Leveled farming already. I don't know if I have to wait for them to eat. We will see here. Cool, yeah, hopefully it helps. If you have any specific questions, let me know. Like I said, mostly it's just about your swings in mood are going to be a lot bigger than your swings in friendship. Friendship is a slow stat that you build over time. Mood's going to be a more immediate stat that changes based off circumstances that are happening. But the nice part is you can recover mood quickly. You know, let's say, you know, you forget to feed the chickens and their mood goes way down. Okay, they're already laying eggs. Look at that. So they're already laying eggs. They've only got 60 points of friendship right now. But we've already gotten these because their mood is high. Right? And again, a lot of that is if they eat the blue grass, it sets their mood to max. And so we're interacting with them. So their mood's always going to be at 255. Right, that bothers me. We gotta clean that out. There we go. Assuming they make it outside, but... Okay, we'll let them kind of get stacked up here a little bit. Okay, so... let's let them all get outside. You too. So you can already see the friendship. We're about halfway through a heart of friendship, but we've been maxed out on mood since about day one. Alright, we'll go for a little walk. Try to encourage that one chicken to come outside. Okay, I think that was it. Alright, they should be outside. So, theoretically, let's get time, turn time back on, in case it makes a difference. If everything's working. Okay, so here you can see we haven't lost any friendship really. They're all about half a heart of friendship, but half their mood has dropped. They were left outside, the door was closed. It's raining on them right now. We'll pet a couple of them. And you can see the mood went up, I don't know, a good 15%. So this one, so Granny here, let's find Granny. So Granny has 93 points of friendship to get to the next heart. There are 55 there. One little interaction. And this went to 93, 80. So we gained some friendship and the mood jumped right up. So even with all this bad stuff happening, their mood's going up. Iridium rabbit's feet. I think it comes down to percent chance. Let me look here. Quality. Following formula. Random number between 0 and 1. Okay, so to get iridium quality, here are the conditions that have to happen. There's no set number. There's some randomness to it. But what happens is the game begins by checking the quality to create first a score. Seeing if the score is above a 0.95. Which means you have to have your friendship divided by 1,000 minus 1 minus mood divided by 255. So what's going to happen is if your friendship is 1,000, then 1,000 divided by 1,000 gives you a 1. And if your mood is 255, it would be minus 1 minus 1. So it'd be minus 0. So max friendship, max mood gives you a value of 1. If after that calculation is done, if that score is above 0.95, the score is divided by 2 and then compared against a random number between 0 and 1. If the score is divided by 2 is greater than the random number, the item will be iridium quality. So basically the layman's terms and all that. If your friendship and mood are not high enough to get you that initial score above 0.95, you're not going to get it. And if you do, there's about a 50-50 shot. That's really what it comes down to. So at max quality or at max friendship, max mood, you have about a 50-50 chance to get an iridium. If you drop, man, how much would you have to drop? Let me do a quick calculation here. Let's see. If you're below 950 friendship, that'd be 0.95. Yeah, if your friendship is not essentially, if I'm reading the math correctly, if the friendship isn't 4.5 hearts, I don't think you can get iridium. Now let me see if there's any differences on if it treats rabbit's feet and feathers differently or not, but oh wait, they're deluxe products, large products, duck feathers and rabbit's feet. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, yeah, so that's what I'm seeing. I think you have about a 40% chance if you're at max mood, max friendship, and really good luck. You have a 40 to 42% chance to get a foot or a feather. And let me see what their calculation says. Yeah, so their calculation of a friendship of 600, so 3 hearts, and a mood of 150 would only get you to 0.266, which wouldn't get you an iridium. Now, there is a note here. If you have shepherd or coop master profession, 0.333 will be added to the score for any barn animals or coop animals respectively, which means you can, if you have coop master or shepherd, you can have less friendship and still get the iridium.
So that's what I'm seeing on that. Yeah, that's what the math says. The math says, according to the formulas I'm looking at, if you had friendship below 4.5 stars, I don't think it's possible, because that would be a 0.95, and 0.95 is what you need to even get the chance for iridium. And so, and that would be if the mood was at 100, if 255, 100%. If you have 4.5 stars and the mood is below that, it will knock that down and actually hurt you. But again, the Shepherd and Coop Master give you some wiggle room on that. You actually gain 0.33, which means, let's do another little bit of math here. You could have, let's see, 1 minus 0.333 is 0.667 if you're rounding up. So that would be 3 2/3 hearts of friendship, essentially. So we'll say just under 4. If you have just under 4 hearts of friendship, then, so we'll call it 3.5, a little above 3.5. So about a heart of friendship difference. If you have the Coop Master or the Shepherd, you could actually be at 3.5, 3.6 friendship and get an iridium quality, because it gives you a little bonus there. So there is an advantage. If you're going for the purple things, the Shepherd or Coop Master professions would matter. They don't make any difference on this calculation once you get to 4.5 hearts of friendship, although they would help if you had a bad mood day, I suppose. It'd be about the only thing I can see there. All right, let's see. All right, let's just start sleeping now. We're going to lock our animals outside and hopefully see if we can get the event to trigger. Okay, they're still outside. They're not happy about it, but that could be from the rain. Okay, so their happiness has crashed here. So let's see. Let's make sure we let them eat. If they don't eat, their happiness won't go up. Eat, chickens, eat. Yeah, it's going to give you, instead of that scale, being a 0.95 to 1 would be your max. So you'd have a 5% leeway there. It would take that scale to, you could max out at 1.33, so 1 1/3. So that gives you a lot more wiggle room if things aren't perfect. But that 0.33 is also, you figure if it's 200 points for each heart of friendship, 333 points is a heart and a third. So you could basically get iridium a heart and a third lower friendship than without that perk. All right, we're going to assume they ate. They don't eat in the first hour. They don't deserve to eat. Honestly, it doesn't really matter that much. But I'm kind of curious to see if we can recover their mood at all here. Left outside. Yeah, so the being left outside has really upset them. We'll just work on Gropel here. We're just going to pet Gropel and see if we can get their mood up. Where you at, Gropel? 30% compared to 5%. Now, because we're not making it to the night, I don't know. There might be a... Oh, that's not going to help anything. Everybody else is 0. We kept Gropel at a 33% rate. Oh, that hurt. Tanked poor Gropel's mood. Did not like getting rained on. Gropel, where you at? Still 15%. They seem grumpy, like they're not wanting to eat now. We'll give them a little bit of time. Come on, Gropel, eat something. I think one of them just ate there. Thought I heard it. Alright, let's walk away. Wow, what are you doing all the way down here? Alright, where'd Gropel go? Might have lost Gropel. There's Gropel. So this is telling, friendship-wise, because we've been interacting with Gropel. Like, Gropel's only 22 points away from the first heart. Some of these others are 160 points, 170 points. So you can see just the, I guess, 2 weeks of interaction has made a difference. We've gained farming experience by petting a single chicken. Seven points. See, that's 152 versus 7. Mood is 33 compared to 5%. I don't feel like we're getting the eating bonus. Might be because we have them locked outside. That's a possibility. Yeah, we're almost a full... Like, yeah, this one has 0 friendship right now. So we're a full heart of friendship over all the other chickens just from petting them over a 2-week period. Alright, we're just going to sleep for a week here. See if we can trigger anything. Okay, I need to check something. Let's make sure. I don't know I've ever seen anything, but I'll make sure with all the mods we're running that there's not some kind of a friendship to clay. Yeah, I don't see any kind of don't let animals attack setting or anything like that. Alright, let's keep going. Oh, it looked like something was trying to happen there, but we were denied. How's Gropel doing? Okay, so we've lost friendship and lost all the mood. So we gained some of it back there. They are grumpy. We have time running. Yeah, time is running. Don't know if we have to go outside, maybe. Actually, it's Gropel. Almost thought it said grapple. Okay, I don't think the animals are eating though. Don't know if that's a function of them being trapped outside, because all of our grass is filled back in. They've almost lost all their friendship. This is expanded out pretty well. Yeah, I don't know, man. Let's see if... Stardew Valley wild animal attack 5 years ago. Trapped outside. Stuff from 2022. Yeah, I don't see anything of anybody saying it's been changed or shut off. I would guess it's just really rare because it would be frustrating. Like, that's a pretty punishing mechanic just for making a simple mistake, like for forgetting to reopen a door or something like that. Oh, we made it to summer. The other thing that we might be doing here is by going to sleep so early. Let's put them to sleep. Go to sleep, little chickens. Don't know if that's going to make a difference, but... Oh, so we got something? Nope. That's a known thing. All right, we'll crank this for a little while and see if we can get it to trigger, but... It's kind of like the Rocket Baby moments we've had in the past, if you've been with us for any kind of time. Yeah, that would be a lot of sleeping. I watched a video of somebody who they actually did it through code and automation because it'd be impossible to do. But I think they did let the farm run for like hundreds of years just to see what would happen. But you'd have to speed up time because a lot of stuff doesn't happen unless time works. This should be one that just triggers by sleeping, right? We shouldn't have to run through in a whole day to get this to work. So, you know, the game thinks they've been left outside. They're sleeping. They're not going back into the coop. Make sure none of them snuck inside. But they're also not eating. Either that or they're eating so slowly at this point that it's just respawning fast enough. Oh, they're definitely going to be grumpy now. They're outside in the rain. They'll be afraid of lightning. Who knows what's going to go on. So the math, I just saw your too much math comment. There's some truth to that. A lot of it comes down to what is it or how is it that you're playing. Most games have lots and lots and lots of math going on behind the scenes. That's common. What's different here is we have overanalyzed these systems as players to actually look at those numbers. But honestly, the funny part about this one is for a lot of systems in this game, it really comes down to all these factors in math and formulas, and they set the parameters, but then it's just that's just modifying the RNG, right? So it's modifying the random number aspects of it. There, we'll see if it spreads and keeps the line or not. But you are getting a lot of that kind of stuff where, and we've all witnessed it, right? Like you go into the mines on a super lucky day and you just don't get anything good. And then you go into the mines on a really bad luck day and you get great stuff. It doesn't mean that you still can't get that stuff. It just means the math behind the scenes is going in there and saying, okay, let's say there's a 20% chance versus a 60% chance of something happening. Well, even at a 60% chance, it might not happen. And even at a 20% chance, it might happen. So a lot of it falls into those kind of categories. Oh, green rain. What do the chickens think about that? Do you like the green lane? No? Nothing? Nothing? Well, they have moved around a bit. There's Gropel. He's grumpy. There's also supposed to be a response that the other chickens are all upset because one of the chickens got eaten by an animal, which seems fair. Seems fair they'd be upset by that. I'm not sure where my line's going to be of how far will I push this. I'm thinking a year. I could go a year. Actually, we can only go to the end of fall. Actually, if they're locked outside in the winter, I wonder what they would do. All right, let's see. Let me read the math again on this one, though. Speaking of math. Wild animals attack. If an animal has been trapped outside when the barn or coop doors close, there is a chance they will be attacked by wild animals during the night. After the player goes to sleep, any events that will happen during the night, such as bundle events, are calculated as normal. If no events are due to occur, there will be a 50% chance that the game will attempt to start a wild animal attack event. If this event proceeds, the game will go through all buildings to find a barn or coop that has had their doors closed and has animals left outside. Okay, we should have met all those requirements. For each building, the game takes a random number between 0 and 1 and compares it to 1 divided by the number of total farm buildings. So 1 divided by 1 would be 1. Or a random number between 0 and 1. So 0.5 divided by 1 would be 0.5 because we only have one building. If the random number is larger than the building, if the random number is larger, the building is ignored. In other words, the more buildings the player has, the less likely that one will be attacked. For example, if the player has 2 farm buildings, each building has a 50% chance of being attacked. 3 buildings would be 33%, 4 would be 25% chance of being attacked, etc. So let's see, 1 divided by the number. So 1 divided by 2, 1 divided by 3, 1 divided by 4. That makes sense. Once a building has been chosen, the event takes the first animal stuck outside from that building to be the target of the attack. The animal will be removed from the game, and in the morning, all the animals will have the mood message set saying, "Animal looks stressed and paranoid today. It seems like something bad happened last night. Besides this message, the other animals are unaffected." So every night, it should give us a chance. The random number between 0 and 1 compares it to 1 divided by the number of buildings. 1 divided by 1. If the random number is larger, the building is ignored. So the random number should never be larger unless it is exactly 1. So the building should be targeted just about every night. Like I said, a problem might be the way we're manipulating time. Maybe that's breaking something. I can't really let them go inside and then trap them outside. Although I guess we could try that to maybe reset the fact that they're trapped. All right, let's do it's 5 o'clock where actually they go to sleep at 8. Let's let them transition into a sleep state. Hey, man, so now there's no chance because I believe if another event takes place, it overrides the animal attack. Yeah, I think it's just ultra rare. Okay, the bluegrass is a little more aggressive than the green grass in our little experiment there. All right, we're almost 2 seasons in here. Yay, the bookseller's in town. Oh, you guys can't be happy to be out in the rain. Rain, left out, lightning strikes. least none of them are complaining about being hungry, I guess. Yeah. Maybe the auto grabber's also messed up because we're getting eggs, which is hilarious to me. We shouldn't be getting anything, I think. Let's pull those out and see if we get any more. Let's see if anybody I know is streaming as we get close to wrapping up here. I don't see anybody. Hey guys, at least it's not raining on you. Dance of the Moonlight Jellies. I almost want to go. One of my favorite events. All right, we made it to fall with 100% of our chickens intact, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yep, 12. So 12 chickens. Maybe we just have really tough chickens. All right, let's just do this week. We're going to turbo sleep. Next week we'll change time. We'll try all kinds of different ways of doing this. What I might end up having to do to really test this is on some playthrough that I do at some point, just create one essentially sacrificial chicken coop, have one chicken in it, and just lock that chicken outside and then play the game normally and just ignore it and see what happens. But the problem would be as we grow and add more and more chickens, it just get rarer and rarer. I love that effect. The splitting of the crops. There we go. You gotta get between the rows and you get the kind of the wave effect going. All right. We'll go to bed at nighttime in this one. Nighttime sleeping. So perception is interesting in games because I don't know, I don't remember the exact circumstances. But when I first started playing, I do remember somebody posting in my chat about when I got my first chicken, about how I needed to be ultra vigilant to make sure that they didn't get stuck outside. And I even believed when I first started playing that I needed to put up fences to keep the wild animals from breaking into the coop and killing the chickens. Like, I was super paranoid about it. I was really, really careful. I have since just ignored it. It's like in most of my playthroughs now, I never close the doors. So the coop is completely open, which is fine because that means they don't get trapped. It's not like a wild animal can break into the coop, which I did believe when I first started. But yeah, somebody had me so paranoid on the bad things are going to happen if you don't ultra protect your animals. And now we're just absolutely leaving our, like, we might as well hang a sign around their necks and be like, hey, wild animal, please come. Should have named them all like chicken nuggets or KFC or something like that. All right, let's see what's going on inside. Yeah, the fact that we're even getting eggs seems broken. It must be that this must work if they're within a certain range. And that range might be these chickens that are close to the coop. It's still harvesting from them, which is kind of funny. Not what I would have expected. Oh, I just broke it. Okay, let's just reload the day. So by going back outside, we respawned the chickens back inside the coop. Which might be something that we need to do at some point as well. All right, they should be back outside now. What if I go outside and pass out with them? Let's do that. I'm going to come down here and lay next to you. Is that Gropel? Where's Gropel? A crow flew over. I passed out. Every bad omen known to man just took place. Still no wild animal attack. We've gotten some mail. That's what 2.5 seasons of mail looks like. Yeah, you can just eat them right out of the ocean. You just catch it and eat it raw. Although I'll argue that it is fish friendly from this standpoint. You can catch a fish, keep it in a chest for a year, throw it in a fish pond, and it will be happy and just swim around and, and act like nothing ever happened. Which I think is kind of funny. Stardew Valley Fair has begun. Anchovy Frenzy. Come on, animal attack. Well, on the plus side, I guess you can make the conclusion that it can happen. Oh, is that it? What was that sound? That was like a howling creature? No? Didn't get the message. Ooh, I got goosebumps that I heard something though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, that was it. We didn't get the message. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, so we got it. There was a howly sound. I didn't see a message pop up. Yeah. Wona looks stressed and paranoid today. It seems that something bad happened last night. Okay. We got it. Let's try. Can we reload the day and maybe get a message? I'm gonna be patient and just let stuff play out here. Yeah, there was like a screamy wolf howl sound. Okay, we're gonna try something else here then. If it's just pure random, what I'm about to do won't work. But let's see if we can figure out who got killed. Sad chicken farm, where are you? There you are. Well, we didn't get the pop-up. There's supposed to be a message. I thought. Oh, no. There's no... Okay, it's just the event. The pop-up is... Okay, the pop-up is just that message that we've seen. Okay, I think that was it. So let's mark. I guess we are at what? The almost 6-hour mark of the stream. All right, we'll save this. That way, if I want to get back to it, I can. All right, so I'm going to delete the save here. If that random is seeded, we can maybe get it to happen again. If it is completely random, this won't work, but let's give it a try here. All right, let's reload again. So this should go back one day. So this is the day that we lost the chicken. So we should have them all now. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Gropel, Brepe, Granny, Fricks. I'm never going to remember all their names. Okay, we'll do the same thing. Set time, come inside. Okay, cross your fingers. Yep, that's it. Okay, that's the event. Yeah, I mean, and so now we should have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, there's 11 chickens. There was only 4 white ones. So now let's see if we can figure out who it is that gets eaten. And I might just keep this save, so if we ever want to go back to it, we can. I might not, or I'll do a backup maybe of this save. I don't know yet. Okay, let's see. Who do we have? Let's make ourselves a little list here. I want to know. We have Wona, Gungus, Nisi, Snetsy. Yeah, if you have to work that hard to try to make it happen, that's a pretty rare event. Maypoo, Nino, Co, and I'm pretty sure it's not one of the white chickens. Frex. I'm glad it wasn't Granny. I would feel bad if it was Granny. Rep and Gropel are... is that all of them? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I missed one. Oh, it's because I need to... Actually, okay. 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay. We restart now. We'll go back a day. We should be able to find who gets taken out. Well, it's that first one. Bissell. Bissell is our victim. That's not on my list, I don't think. Bissell. Because, yeah, we have Wona, Gungus, Nessie, Snetsy. Or Nisi. I'm not sure on that one. Mapu, Felino, Ko, Frex, Granny, Brepe, and Gropel. Okay, so our victim chicken is Bissell. It says it's the first chicken. I don't know if it's the first chicken that was added to that coop, I think. All right, now let's do some testing. If I just go to sleep now, we're not even going to go to midnight. Let's see if we still trigger the event. Yep, so it's predetermined. Okay, another test that we'll do here then. Oh, crap. No, yeah, I can do this. Okay. Let's reload the save. So I'm just manipulating the files is what I'm doing. I'm pulling up a backup save. So theoretically, if we open that up, nothing bad should happen. Yep. Okay. As expected, but just to verify. All right, I'm going to do a backup of these. We're going to call this Wild Animal Attack. Actually, let's not do that. Let's just make a Wild Animal Attack. Okay. So now if we go to sleep, actually let's make sure everything should be... Oh, no, we need to reload. Or did I miss... Do I have the wrong day? Might have the wrong day here. Let's look. No, okay. They're back to locked outside. Okay. So that's our wild animal attack save. I'm going to save that file as separate. All right, we'll do it one more time here. I'm going to turn the sound up as far as I can here so we can hear it. But there's like a moan. There's like almost a human ghosty moan. And it sounds like a wolf howling in the background to me. I'm going to turn mine up a little bit as well. All right. Here we go. I feel like there's a couple of slightly different versions of it. Hold on. That moan seemed different than the other moans. So I know it's coming out really loud right now. So. Yeah, maybe not. It might be the same. Yeah, I mean, I guess if the witch is encouraging wild animal attacks, that's a possibility. Yeah, it's not as big of a deal as I thought it was going to be. Space Cowboy. It's like, I expected a lot more out of this event. Yeah, I think it's the same. I think the audio has been the same each time. So. Well, there you go. I think that might be where we just kind of start to wrap this up then. That was a journey. Not what I expected to do, but it is part of the things that happen to animals, right? So there you go. Okay, yep, everything's back. I'm gonna leave this save right here. I do have a backup of the save, so that if I want to replay that and record it later, I can, just in case. But yeah, I would have expected more than just the a slight audio thing. Something that came up on the screen. But again, the end result of it also is, like here we've got Wona looks stressed and paranoid today. It seems like something bad happened last night. These chickens are so messed up as far as, you know, friendship and things that, oh, here we go. Complaints. Attacked by wild animals during the night. So there you go. Hasn't been petted today. That's their second complaint, right? But how quick would you recover? You'd recover from that pretty quick. So no worries, man. I love digging into systems of games. It's what I really like to do. So, all right, we're at 29 likes. One more like gets us to our final chicken rave of the day. Why does my jukebox keep disappearing? Maybe it's because I've manipulated time so much. Because our parsnips are back as well, which is weird. I don't know why. Okay, before I forget to do it though, I am going to delete those saves and put it back into its pre-animal attack state there. Yeah, chicken complaints. Attacked by wild animals. Granny's upset she hasn't been petted. Hasn't been petted today. Oh. There we go. Where are you? Oh, let's use this one. So if you pet them, yeah, it just takes that condition away. All right, let's get ourselves a jukebox in case we get one more like. We could do a 30 like chicken rave. I swear I've opened those up numerous times. None of this is going to save, so it doesn't really matter, but there's number 30. Whoever you were, first off, blue chicken for number 30 liker. You deserve an extra thing of credit. We'll go Emily Pirate, and then we'll rock out to clear up the thing. So as we kind of start to wrap up here, I want to say thanks everybody for hanging out with us. We usually use Saturdays for a couple of reasons. One, we do try to raise money for a charity called Extra Life, raising money for the Children's Miracle Network of hospitals. If you've been watching the chat, my bot pops in the link to our page there. You can find the description down below as well. It's an all-year event, and you can donate whenever. It doesn't have to be just when we're live streaming. That being said, I do appreciate everybody who has donated so far. What are we, 300 and something? 330? We have a ways to go, but it is an all-year thing. Most of the time, the longer the year goes, the more we get. So the later in the year, we tend to get more donations. But if it's something you're interested in, cool. If not, that's all right as well. If you know somebody who really likes to donate to really, really good causes, this is to help kids' health. You can pass my link on to them. Again, the link is active 24/7. There's no like have to be streaming or have to be whatever. So, all right, let's roll over into some pirates. Let's get the chickens up and running here. Let's see. Let's move me. Turn that off. Move me over there. All right. There, we're good to go. As far as the channel goes, I want to thank everybody for hanging out with us, chatting on these one-offs. Tomorrow night we'll be back into our Stardew playthrough. We're just waiting for a banana, which we're going to be really close. If we don't get the banana tomorrow, we'll get the banana on Monday. That'll give us 3 golden walnuts, and then it's just 3. I think they're all on the beach, potentially. But we're down to basically just 6 golden walnuts. And then we're just going to start chasing after collections and perfection. That's really what's left in that playthrough. But we will continue to do the things that we've been doing. That's doing all the help wanted quests and being a protector of the valley. That's a big part of that one. So that'll be tomorrow night. And so next week we'll finish what, spring and summer of year 2 next week. So that'll be fun. All right, Sam, where are you at? All right, let's crank it up. You too, Space Cowboy. Have a great night. All right. So, as we kind of wrap up here, I want to thank everybody for hanging out with us. Thank you for being a part of our community. I sure do appreciate it. Thank you to our channel members. You guys are a big part of the success of the channel. Nancy, Victus, Adara, Lydia, Wally, Zach, Debbie, Jojo, Lux, and Professor H. Shout out to Lux, Lydia, Nancy, and Victus for giving these fine folks their channel memberships. They are gifted and on a 1-month free trial of that. I do appreciate you all. Appreciate the support and the growth of the community. You guys are a big part of it. Thank you guys so much. Yep. Victus is you guys have been very generous. I do appreciate it. With that being said, we do play for many reasons. One, to build a community, vibrant, positive, also to show that gaming can be a positive aspect in people's lives, whether it's society as a whole or individuals. I think that gaming sometimes gets a bad rap, and it does a lot of really good things. Not that we shouldn't be vigilant on the bad things as well and keep track of those kind of things, but it really is a really cool pastime, hobby, and profession. So thank you so much for being part of our community. We do appreciate it. Thanks for a great chat tonight. Probably more detail than we needed to go into on how grass grows and animals eat and things like that. But I find these kind of things fascinating. Those little details are a big part of how a game feels. And so it was fun to dig into this with you guys. With that being said, we're going to leave you like we always do. Go watch, play, or create something great. Have a wonderful rest of your night, and thank you guys so much. We will see you tomorrow.